It's my deep sense of pride and great pleasure to welcome you all. We are still waiting for a lot of people, but we are cognizant of people's time commitments, so we want to start in time. So today is a special day for us. It's an opportunity for some old friends to meet, and certainly an opportunity to meet new colleagues. I'll talk more about the focus of the meeting as we go, but the idea is actually very simple. We live in a world where new economies are emerging, new powers are being brokered, and new ways of impact are being discovered. Oftentimes the focus historically has been looking inward at an individual country, at an individual economy. But I think we are at a point where we have to look at not only these individual growing and emerging economies, but also their impact on their neighbors, and in some cases, their non-nearest neighbors. In the case of, for example, India, China, Turkey, South Africa, the countries that may not be in the vicinity are also benefiting, and in some cases feeling the impact of these growing economies. And that goes for Brazil as well. How do we sort of make sense out of that? How do we really sort of understand that complexity for now, for the next 10 years, perhaps for the next 50 years? And we are gathered here today and tomorrow with the sort of elite panel of speakers and scholars to understand those complex questions. If you look around in sort of the long list of meetings and conferences on BRIC countries, you see sort of the same kinds of traditions, the same kinds of approaches. But we want to do something different. We want to sort of have an open conversation on what are the issues, what would be the issues, and how are new issues emerging, and how do we tackle them. So that's sort of the broad theme, and again, like everything else, it will evolve as we go through today and tomorrow. But first, I want to sort of introduce a colleague, a friend, and a scholar here at Boston University, Dr. Tony Janitas, who is the director of the Pardee Center, who will give his opening remarks and also talk about where Pardee is, what we think are interesting questions, and where do we go from there. So, Tony.
Thanks in advance to all the participants for choosing to spend your time today, and for some of you tomorrow, in this task force and in this event. It's important to know that we do appreciate that, since people's time is clearly the most limiting resource that any of us have. Let me talk a little bit. Before I do, let me also thank our co-sponsors at the Peace Islands Institute. We're very happy and very proud to be co-sponsoring this event with you. Let me spend just a few minutes talking about the Pardee Center itself. Its formal title is the Frederick S. Pardee Center for the Study of the Longer Range Future, and it was founded at Boston University a little more than 10 years ago, with the specific purpose of trying to understand all of the factors that contribute to how the world unfolds, whether they're environmental, scientific, economic, social, political, cultural. We're not constrained by discipline. And this is a very important feature of the center. We actually intellectually try to span the entire university, but we are defined by a focus on trying to understand, in particular, the trends, the forces that begin to shape the next several decades, and to begin training the next generation of scholars who are themselves not constrained by discipline, but constrained by an intellectual curiosity for understanding how the world unfolds. Now, this doesn't, for us at the center, our main focus is research. We do a number of events, task forces, conferences, an active seminar series to explore different features of the forces that cause the world to evolve and cause our societies to evolve. And increasingly, we then also provide a locus for interdisciplinary research projects whose results, we hope, will illuminate our growing understanding of how we come to understand the future decades. With that, I will invite you to take a closer look at the brochures in the folder. We also have a small information brochure that I hope you'll look at, and to be participants. to make sure to please return. We have an extensive, make sure we have your email addresses, and so that we can put you on our mailing list and invite you to seminars. We will start live streaming seminars probably in the fall, but we almost always archive video of seminars and important events like this one, so they're always accessible through the website. So with that, let me stop, and we'll move along in the agenda. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Tony. And as Tony mentioned, this event is again a sign of the interdisciplinarity of the Pardee Center. I am not in international relations, I'm not in geography, I'm not in environment, I'm in the Department of Biomedical Engineering, and have always benefited tremendously from the Pardee Center. The Pardee Center, as it looks sort of beyond disciplines, it certainly also looks beyond the university boundaries. So many of you who are not part of the Boston University family are very welcome to be part of the Pardee Center and its events and its various kinds of programs, and we actually hope that you'll continue to starting today, be a part of this group. Let me introduce my other colleague from the Peace Island Institute. I, over the last couple of years, have been really amazed by all that they do and all the excellent work, both in terms of scholarship, but also in terms of sort of building bridges, whether it is politicians and ambassadors or people who are working on the ground in not only just Turkey and the US, but certainly many other countries that I've had the opportunity to both work and live in. So with that, I'll invite our colleague Murad who's visiting us from New York all the way just for this event. So I want to sort of hand it over to Murad for a few introductory remarks.
My name is Murad Kala, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank Boston University, the Pardee Center, PI for hosting and sponsoring this conference entitled Higher Education and Innovation Emerging Countries. I would like a special thank to Professor Mohammed Zaman, to Tony Jans and Blanca and their team for their efforts in putting this conference together. I would like also to thank the speakers for accepting our invitation and for presenting at this conference today. I will provide a brief information about Peace and Spirit, where we call the PII. PII is a non-profit civic organization, and our headquarters in New York. We have 7 branches in the East Coast region. PII aspires to facilitate a mutual forum and facilitate a forum of mutual respect and collaboration, both welcoming and accepting varied viewpoints and voices to develop original and alternative perspectives on vital issues that our society is facing, to generate solutions to these issues and to support successful practices, and thus promoting unity, education, prosperity, and progress. Acting as an island of peace for all people in a society of different ethnic, cultural, and religious backgrounds in a diverse world, where even the farthest point is a click away, every culture, religion, and tradition and nation become neighbors. We have to live and interact together in this global island. PII serves to act as the soil for fruitful dialogue, peace, and civil service, just as the soil of this global island gives forth flowers of different colors, scents, and shapes. PII envisions a world becoming an island of peace in the ocean of our universe, a community in which people from all walks of life interact with each other and cooperate to serve their communities, and thereby strengthening their civil society and promoting the development of universal human values. In practice, we address 4 main issues: unity, education, prosperity, and progress. We address these issues by organizing a variety of events, including panels, lectures, international conferences, international trips, and friendship dinners. The goal is to develop original and alternative perspectives on social phenomena as they relate to our lives by presenting explanations as well as solutions. We organize our events through 5 centers: Center for Global Affairs, Social Affairs, Media, Education, and Interfaith Affairs. Each PIA branch also organizes a signature event series. For example, New Jersey branch organizes annual statewide Art and Essay contest in partnership with New Jersey Education Department. Connecticut branch initiates Leaders Forum for Young Leaders with New England Public Schools and Superintendent. Pennsylvania branch concentrates its efforts for the Vision of Philadelphia 2020, and New York branches organized high-level ambassador series from United Nations on global issues. You can also find more information about PIA at our website, peacesigns.org. Again, I would like to thank to all participants and audiences for their participation. Thank you for joining us today.
And Professor Ali Koshkin, who's visiting us from Pardee University in Turkey, talking about innovation scorecard and strategic performance management in higher education institutions in Turkey.
First, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to Mohamed Zaman and Tony Gentus, I'm sorry for pronouncing, and Murat Kaval for this Pardee Center, Peace Island, and the organizer of this task force. It's actually to be first speaker is always not easy to be second or third, so it's surprising for me the first one. Anyway, here when the invitation done, that's about innovation and higher education. So I think that that's something new in Turkey. So I would like to tell about that first. Then, what is the background of that as infrastructure about innovation about in Turkey? And how can we measure this innovativeness and entrepreneurship of the entrepreneurial university? So I will talk about them. Actually, for last 10 years, a new topic in Turkey being told that strategic planning. Strategic planning is done mandatory for all the legal organization, and this not all legal and public administrations, including all universities, public and private universities. And the strategic planning, maybe someone to, maybe we expect them to direct the strategic performance management, and then everything is done based on that. It should be, but it's not going on that. In Turkey, we are doing the strategic planning in higher education in some rules, some directions that's prepared by the Higher Education Council, and we are getting some objectives, other things. Then all things should be based on that, because this governmental policies is encouraging the whole institutions strategy-based and performance-based management and others. So the innovation is something strategic, and it should be included in these plans, in these programs, and this performance evaluation. If it is in that or not, that I will try to explain that. Normally, the strategic planning for higher education is very important for all countries, including the emerging economies, because there is big competition. Now in Turkey, more than 180 universities, I will give the details, nearly 80 of them is private. The private university is very new for Turkey. Just 20 years ago we started to open that. Before that there was no private university. Actually, those are still not private universities. Those are foundation universities. In Turkey, it's not allowed to open a private university, but on the name of foundation, we opened a private university. So last 20 years, there are more than 80 new universities started education. Besides, in last years, more than maybe 20, 30 new public universities. So it is, every day increasing number of universities are opening. So they are looking for best students. They are trying to attract the best ones. So that's a big competition. There is also international competition for that, because there are too many, for instance, coming to Turkey and other countries. The region, the Turkey is, in the middle of several cultures and several countries. So Middle East, Balkans, Eastern Europe, Russia, Central Asia, attract those countries also should be competitive. So there are some strategic planning should be done to do this, but is it done like that or not? Let's see. Normally, it's, as I said, it was last 10 years. It's okay. Here, let me show you. strategic planning in Turkey. I'll pass to Turkey. It was the Public Financial Management and Control Law Issue 2003 and the Regulation of Principles Base of Strategic Planning and Public Administration. It's mandatory for universities. What is done? Every university doing strategic plans. I was one of the members of this one strategic plan committee in universities. We are planning what we will do for 5 years. The strategic planning done for 5 years. And for following 5 years, what you will do, what are the strategic priorities, you should determine it. In strategic planning, you should do it like this. First, you have to look your mission. It's very familiar for strategic management issue. First, why you are existing, what is your reason to open to start, and then what are your values, what's important for you, what's your vision, what you want to be, and strategies, and doing this implementation ways, developing it, and some targets you have to determine, and individual targets you have to determine. Then based on that, these are the strategic issues, first determined by some committees, from top to bottom, everyone should align on the strategies, everyone think the same thing, to direct the same vision, and to direct those strategic goals, everyone should be encouraged in that. But in reality, when we do these plans, we get copy from some university done before us. Then we are taking it, just distributing the goals to all departments to give some, some data. Yeah, but just data collection, and just to do it, what it should be done. But it is strategic? No, it's not strategic. So it's not strategic, then it's not beneficial. Just people are getting and thinking that it's waste of time. This just another duty beside other things, because there are not specific people focusing on that. It is the strategy is everybody's job, but in reality, in real implementation, that's just because the rector or the administration is desiring that, that's done like this. So, in strategic planning is not good, so strategic performance management is not done in the universities. It should be done. It should be done, why? Because, every university is different scales, different capabilities, different potentials, but people are asking to do everyone the same, and every department should be the best. But when we look at the universities, for example, in Istanbul is the biggest city of Turkey, or in Ankara, or in any other city, the smaller cities, every university think like they should do the same, they attract the same students, maybe the same activities, the same publications. How do I understand that? Because this higher education, when they do this, the ranking, in a few minutes later I will explain that, the innovation ranking, for example, they do it for everyone, the listing, all the universities. For example, a new university starting us 10 years ago, and the faculty is not as high quality as others, is listing with the others. Or some universities, focusing only the medical schools, or the engineering focusing technical university, or social science oriented university, all some taken in the same order, same pool. But when we talk about the strategic planning, strategic management, each university has its own strategy, the same goal. For example, a few days later there will be a World Cup in Brazil. Not every team is targeting to be champion. Even for some countries, just joining is a big success. On the other hand, there are some countries cups and some countries teams are just qualifying the first round is the big success. But for someone to be second is not a success. So depending on each, for example, if U.S. for example, it's Brazil or the home and the guesting country should be a champion. If he's second or third, it's not successful. So when you do this performance management or this planning for strategic planning, for every university should develop own first mission. And then, same again here, own values, vision, strategies, And you should, they should be divided into, strategic objectives. Not everything they should be, they should be successful. Some areas should be chosen. Now here, in the United States, as I see this, rankings are done, the departmental basis. This ranking done for every department, this for management, who are the best, second, third is given. Or this medical science, even in the departments of this medicine, rankings are done. But in Turkey, there is not such, which school is best in business, nobody talk about that. Or which school is best in electronic engineering, nobody. Just about the university, that university is the best. Okay, those universities are trying to be best in all the areas. So they don't choose the strategies. What it should be, they could be perfect, in which areas they should focus. So this innovation, this trying to connect with this thing, the strategic things with the innovation. So the innovation, not every university could be innovative maybe. Not innovative in all levels, all areas. That's I will try to connect that. Now, I will not talk about this performance management, balance scorecard, and other things, but I will just give something very short for them. When you develop your strategies relating to your mission, there are some measures to evaluate your performance. The measures should be chosen very perfectly, and it should be under control of the university. We see in the performance management some measures are not related to the strategy, or some measures are very reliable, not measurable, not maybe acceptable, not maybe agreed on all the community, not objective. So the measures should be chosen very well, and it should be connected. In the balance scorecard, the strategic management implementation, we see that the perspectives of this performance evaluation should be connected. In the, for example, balance scorecard idea, here all perspectives should support each other. The strategy is at the top. For example, long-term social development. To support that, you need some financial sustainability, learning and growth, infrastructure, institutions, and employee personnel infrastructure, and some process excellence. Then after that, the satisfaction of customers. Maybe here we can talk about stakeholders, shareholders. Then we get this, final target. So, if we just focus on the outcomes, for example, in a business, what is the main target is? Profit. How much profit a company get? If you focus only the profit or the results, that's not good. Why? Because there is something supporting that. In the university, it's the same. To reach some results, you need some infrastructure, some buildings. If you do not have enough number of faculty, enough number of laboratory, enough number of budgets, how can you do that? Then on the other hand, here, as I said, that's financial things you should support it, and then some infrastructure, some technical stuff and other infrastructure should be done, and then every process should be perfect, and after that you get your resource, you get your results. So here, in this concept, let me pass to this about this Turkish system and Turkey's higher education system, and after that, what is the innovation? What is done about innovation, the promoting or innovation in Turkey? I will discuss about that. In Turkey, here I just give summary of that. Nearly 6 million students now being studied in 189 universities. Every day there are new universities. When I used to look at the last list, I saw a few new universities. Just a municipality near us opened a university. Just a municipality of one region of this Istanbul opened a university. So there are too many universities. Now we have 108 public, 71 foundation universities, and totally, on-campus education and distance education nearly equal. This distance education is also a new thing in Turkey. You know, in Turkey, last 5-10 years, this distance education started. You know, it was, you know, just one university started that to make it possible to do this education, not online, but it was, you know, on television, on other sources they did it. But last 5-6 years, all computerized, internet-based education being done. Even in master degrees, we have now online education types. For example, in my university, we are giving undergraduate, this associate degree and master, both, all three are, you know, done in distance as well as the campus training. Especially in MBA classes, for example, we have students from the Vietnam to Bosnia. There are too many different countries we have students, so this make it possible. There is an advancement for these universities. So anyway, here I want to show the size of the Turkish, general size of the, how many students, how many universities. I want to show it's that. Then the strategic planning is being done for, you know, for about, as I said, 11 years or 10 years. Now it is 5 years, and this is the second strategic plan is being prepared. But as I said, there are some benefits, seems to be, but there are some difficulties, especially the difficulties I want to focus. Low participation, time constraints, uncertainties, uncontrollable factors. This is taken from a study that's done about the strategic planning problems. And it doesn't contribute to quality development, and you know, there are some constraints, there are other things. So it's not going well. This strategic planning is not very strategic, that I want to just shortly tell that. Then about innovation. Innovation, when we talk about that, before I come here, I asked myself, what's innovation? Actually, I'm in management department, so I think something different than others. I realized that. Why? Because I talked with the dean of the law school. Then he explained something different. Then I went to engineering department. Engineering department started that, okay, we think that innovation maybe not something technical, but it could be some social. Why? Because across him I was. So he is trying to include me in this innovation. Why? Because most of the data is just technical. I mean, technical innovation. Only some development. This is the unfortunately, I am the first speaker. Maybe the others probably will explain more about the technological innovation and other things. Just I'm focusing the how to measure this innovation. So I don't want to go deep, but maybe later we will discuss more about those innovation. And in it, you know, organizational, social, and other things. You know, when you look at the business books, they said that okay, product innovation, marketing innovation. There are several types of innovation should be done to do it. But when it do it, it's not just something new. It should be marketable, it should be accessible, it should be usable. I mean, when you talk about invent something or introduce something, that's not enough to be in innovation. That's the main thing, maybe. It should be, used. It should be, in the market, if you are talking about management, or if it's the technology, the product should be developed, not only the research level. It should be implemented. It should be put in action. Then, in Turkey, mostly we talk with this innovation and entrepreneurship together. Why? Maybe because of this. Just not to innovate something, maybe innovate something, then you should put into action to be an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship and innovation is together, as I said, used. And when we talk about the innovative and entrepreneurial university, from curriculum development, academic research, incubators, patents, and other things, all included in this dimensions of this university. And another point is, it should be interaction with this industry and government. Now, in last years, we see that there is big interaction with university and government and industry in last maybe 15, 20 years. The years before, most universities was like this. There is something special, people are sitting there, even it has small city, universities, especially the campuses are outside the city, and most of the time those are not reachable. Those are separate from the society. There are different group living there. People are studying, but they are not, get interaction with the society mostly. But now, last a few years, maybe 2 decades, we see that the professors are trying to do project with industry, maybe some advisory consultancy for governments, maybe government also on the other hand trying to give some scholarship or some encouragement for these universities. Mainly these institutions are mostly, as I see, encourage this innovation and entrepreneurship. But the Ministry of Science, Industry and Technology is actually new ministry. That was, it's 5-6 years ago. There was a different ministries, and now the new ministry just for science, industry and technology. This organized. Sort of this. Here, the second one is TÜBİTAK. This is the Scientific Technology Research Council of Turkey. This is, all projects are announced and the governmental funds are being used on the hand of this TÜBİTAK. Maybe you see too many people coming to the United States from Turkey as a visiting scholar. You ask them, okay, where did you get scholarship? That they say TÜBİTAK, or which project, if you have a cooperation with Turkey in a project, and maybe you do that, because they have big budgets and good opportunities to do that, they are supporting that. Then another thing is COSGAP. This is, the small and medium-sized organization development agency. They are giving support to small and medium-sized enterprises. In emerging economies, the small and medium-sized enterprises are very important. Why? Because maybe 90% of the economy is on them, and the employment and other, they are very active in the economy. So supporting the small and medium-sized enterprises are very important. Then the bigger companies, maybe they also some suppliers. They are getting this. Small and medium-sized enterprises supporting the bigger side companies. For example, a city in Turkey, Bursa is a city that there are a few automotive factories, and around them maybe thousands of these small and medium-sized enterprises, all producing the parts and other things to them. So if you support them, SMEs, then you can support the whole economy and whole technology. And the COSGAP, the third one is supporting them, giving some funds, as I said, and other, for specific purposes. They are giving some special encouragement, even to join fairs or other things. But they are mostly focusing on that. When they think about innovation, if there is something not being produced in Turkey, if you produce it, they assume that it is an innovation for Turkey. Then they support such things, for example, the product development, just for the prototype level, of course. Not the serious continuous production, just to develop a prototype. To that point, they support it. And there is another new thing. These are very active in the last 20 years, maybe in Turkey, as I said here. Regional development agencies. For example, Istanbul, we have one. Ankara, big cities, there is one. But a few cities, there is a regional development agency, and just focusing how can they develop that regional, actors. In universities and other industries and other associations, non-profit, they are trying to support them in several ways, several tools they are using, and they are announcing some project announcement, and somebody can get source from that. So these are the main source of actually the governmental support on this innovation processes. Then in year 2010, there is a national science, technology and innovation strategy document has been approved by the government. So now it is more serious in Turkey. This government is trying to support this innovation in some way. So the main aim of this is to contribute to new knowledge and develop innovative technologies to improve the quality of life by transforming the former into products, process, services, and the benefit of country and humanity. That's the general goal, maybe the vision. Actually, this is the vision of this this strategic plan. Then, national innovation initiative is organized. In that, president of 6 universities, CEOs of 6 major companies, 7 representative non-governmental organizations. Non-governmental organizations, there are some associations, Turkish businessmen associations, CEO and other, not CEO actually, this representative of the head of that organization. They are the biggest actor in different the parties in the Turkey, and they are, trying to encourage innovation by this way. This national innovation initiative divided into 3, and one is mission-oriented approaches. Actually, Turkey is strong in some areas, like what automotive, machine manufacturing, and ICT. These areas, compared to the others, Turkey is, stronger. Why? Because, as I said, there are too many automotive factories around Marmara region, and the biggest, from Honda to Hyundai to Fiat to Renault, they have the factories, and it's, very using the very new technologies and always should improve themselves. So the automotive industry is one engine of this whole innovation, and machine manufacturing and ICT are the mission-oriented approach. Then need-oriented approaches. There are some sectors are strategically important for the country they develop. What are they? Defense, space, health, energy, water, and foods. These are, in general, in all countries that's important, but those are strategic importance for Turkey. So they also classify the second part, and the bottom-up approach for basic applied frontier research. To do this, they do something, human resources they should be developed. Actually, before saying that, why this initiative starts, European Union always measuring innovation for the European countries and member countries and the prospective member countries. They are, announcing an innovation scoreboard, Union Innovation Scoreboard, European Union Innovation Scoreboard, and the last one is 2014. When this is 2009, Turkey also included that, and among these European countries, unfortunately, Turkey's score was in before the last, the second from the last. It was very terrible for Turkey in innovation score. And in 2014, it's 13 from the last. So this report's announced, this scoreboard is announced, and they realize that the Turkey's innovativeness is not very strong, so we should do something. And government and other agencies, as I said, these associations, university rectors and other things, organize and how we can do something. And the science, technology and industry ministries started after that. So this is maybe the motivation source for all these initiatives. Then after that, the areas they developed, they determined, and based on that, these areas, here, what should be done is actually that's in the European innovation scoreboard. For example, human resource. Turkey is not very good in that. So, but that is interesting in that report from 2009 to 2014, as I see, Turkey is one of the fastest growing country. This 36-40%, very fastly growing. maybe after a few minutes I will explain the innovation scorecard for the universities. Some universities are growing very much, very quickly. The reason maybe measuring. Yesterday I was talking with my friend in Southern University, and he said that data, can you find data in Turkey? He said that everything is measured in the United States. Every details you can get information. But in Turkey, we don't measure. We don't like measuring. I mean, we don't get data. But if you ask something, you don't find. Even there is data, it is secret, and you cannot get it. You cannot read it. So that's a very big problem. So when we talk about this innovation or other things, I mean, probably first they give not very good measurements, not very good results. Later, maybe they try, okay, this should be measured, so let's measure it. Maybe before that it was NA, I mean, not applicable. Now later, maybe a few years later, we will learn them. This is probably. There is not a system to measure them, to build that system. I mean, statistic agencies is not doing very well. So anyway, here let's come to innovation entrepreneurship scorecard for the universities. In year 2012, the TÜBİTAK and Ministry of Science, Industry and Technology announced a scorecard. It includes 5 perspectives. What are they? To be an innovative and entrepreneurial university, okay, one thing is scientific and technological research competence. Okay, this is 20% of all measures. I like this balanced scorecard perspective, but not supporting each other. That's just some waiting for each of them. Scientific and technology research competence was 20% of all measure. Intellectual property pool is 15%. Cooperation and interaction is 25%. Entrepreneurial innovation culture, entrepreneurship and innovation culture is 15%, and economic contribution and commercialization is 25%. Its total is 100%. And if you are successful in all areas, you will be 100%, and you will be the best in innovation and entrepreneurship. Here are the measures. I mean, this how they measure the scientific and technological research competence of a university. I think it's very small, so I make one here. What they measure, for example, if a university do some scientific publication, it assumed to be there is a competence in research. Scientific publications, citations. In Turkey, when we talk about publications, we talk everything about management or social science. We publish in all journals, but when you talk about the scientific areas, they all focus on science citation indexes. Science citation indices comes here, not all indexes, but just they focus on some index. This citation is from there as well. So number of projects supported by a research and development program, the amount of budget of this fund, and some awards received, and number of graduates from PhD programs. If a university is successful in all areas, gets 20% from the 20 points, let's say. Then second criteria, second perspective is this: the patents and utility models, industry designs. Here, even the applications are included as well. And if they get patents and application for these patents or industrial designs and others, they get also some 15 points. Then the third one is cooperation and interaction. Well, now we talk about this entrepreneurship and innovation together is comes. So here cooperation and interaction for this research and development and innovation projects for industry. I mean the number of project and the amount of this budget of this funds received. Then international collaborations are also taken care. And the last criteria is, the student and the staff is, visiting to other universities. There are too many students coming from other countries. with Erasmus program in European Union is very popular. For example, to our university last year, more than 200 students came, and nearly the same amount we sent to different European countries. So even the student exchange is included in the criteria, and visiting teaching staff for sabbatical or other visits are taken into account. Then entrepreneurship and innovation culture. Maybe this is the most important part, because without culture, how can you do an innovative and entrepreneurial university? But anyway, they give 15 points to this one. Here, the number of undergraduate, graduate courses here, the course, I mean, what courses? Entrepreneurship courses, brand management courses, or technology management courses, or innovation management courses. How many courses you give? They give a score. Then number of staff working in technology transfer office. This is also a new thing for Turkey. Technology transfer office is especially required to open to universities. And if you have an office, you have a point from this one. How many people working in there? That's also a point. Of course, this technology transfer office are specific formation instructions, and it's controlled by the Higher Education Council. So if you have this office, then you get a point. Then there are some certificate and training program is also included here. Not only the courses, but the training program, certificate program, also value for innovation and entrepreneurship. Said that. Then the economic contribution and commercialization. This is an interesting criteria. 25% is too high, but there are technology developing centers in some universities, and incubators, incubation centers in some not only universities but also some this big companies also opening some incubation centers. Then these technoparks. There are three different categories here, but anyway, if you have if any of your staff is opening a business, a firm in those technology development centers, you have a point. Then graduates. If the graduates open, you have that. You have the point. And the license patents also here include, the previous one, only if you get a patent, even it is not working, it is not applicable, you get a point. But now here, it should be implemented, so you get a point. So anyway, if you are perfect in these 5 areas, it's hundreds. Okay, if 5 minutes? Because I'm the first, so I can get the previous. Okay, just 5 minutes, then I'll be finished. Then, here, when the order, you see there is no hundreds, but this middle is Technical University, Sabancı University, and Bilkent University are the first 3 in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship rankings. These are the public universities. In first 10, 5 of them are private university. It is very surprising, as I said, it's very new in Turkey, this private university culture, but they are supporting the innovation. Why? Because, for example, the Sabancı, Özyeğin, and Koç University are, founded by big holdings. They are, so they are doing their innovation and technological development in the campus. So they had good cooperation with them. Another one is top. The ninth one is, this is the highest organization, association of all trades associations in Turkey. This is so that's also supporting that university in that term. Then you see Technical University, Middle East and Istanbul Technical University here. Now here, this is the rankings. You see there is no, for example, for the first one there is highest number 20, but for the second one there should be some 15. But there is no 15. No one is perfect. Non-university is achieving the highest grade. So they said that it's standardized and normalized, but anyway, probably they didn't standardize its perspective, but each item, this indicator stated it. Third one, there is 25, but fourth one, again 15, but the last one, this fifth one, there is no 25. So Okay, these are not very normalized there. The problem is this, actually. Here I ask some questions. What is this scorecard is, should we understand well. When they announced a press meeting and it announced all the university, all the press, and it said that, okay, these universities are the best universities. Okay, it's not a ranking actually, but it assumed for the public, this is, the people think that this is the, a ranking of the universities. And it was just about university application time. So, for example, here in the list, there are 50 announced, not 10, 50 announced. Marmara University and Sakarya University, for example, is the highest number of students and very successful in many areas are not in that. So, when, for example, in Istanbul, one of the biggest universities is not included in that, so people think that, okay, these universities may be not as good as others. So, this gives some misunderstanding in the public. Then, the aim of the scorecard is, should be promoting the innovation, but is it they are promoting or not? Okay, it's questionable. Then, as I said, some universities are good in medicine, some universities are good in economy, some universities others. So it doesn't show all aspects, just focusing the technical science or others. Then is it transparent? Actually, the highest normal score we know 20%, 30%, but the indicators, how many percent we don't know. That's another question. And the calculation of scores is again question. It's not transparent because of that. The majors are choosing well or not. That's another question.
It's my pleasure to have our next speaker, Mahila Papa from Harvard Law School. He's going to talk about BRICS, global engagement, innovative capacity, building strategies. And please welcome Mahila.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you first to Professor Zaman for reaching out to me. And thank you to the organizers, to Professor Tony Janitus and Murat Kamal. It is wonderful actually to be back at the BU. I used to teach in International Relations Department. Actually, I did a global governance course one semester, and it was a wonderful feeling to be back. Today, please allow me to talk about BRICS global engagement, innovative capacity building strategies. And actually, it says GLI Fellow. I'm Globalization Lawyers Emerging Economies Fellow. And GLI is actually a name of a show in the US, which always looks a little bit weird on my title. But let me start with the rise of emerging powers. And basically, when we are talking about economic power shift, there is a lot of debate about what it actually is, but there is generally a consensus that what is happening is that the dominant forces in the world economy are changing and the drivers of growth of the world economy are changing. And sometimes it is talked about in the sense of moving from Western to Eastern countries as drivers of growth, but sometimes it's talked about in the BRIC context. As we know, 2001, Jim O'Neill concept to think about BRIC countries as they are trying to build, as they're developing their large populations and rising rapidly. And basically, there was an argument by Jim O'Neill that these countries need to be involved in more global decision-making bodies so that they can actually better reflect the political and economic realities. But when we think about economic power shift, it does not automatically translate into influence in global policy making. So it doesn't mean necessarily that if these countries are becoming more economically powerful, that they will be immediately politically powerful, or that they will set global agendas, that they will define what are the debates on legal education about, or higher education more generally. So the major research puzzles in international relations and international law literature, which is the area where I come from, is about the consequences of the rise of emerging powers. Thus is what we are seeing now, just like a transformative momentum. Are we going to see a really different world order, a really different kind of debates? Or is it just going to be business as usual as basically these powers are socializing into something we already know? Or are they, or one particular category of them, just like a passing hype? So with all that in mind, with these debates, the question is also whether we have more opportunities for meeting shared global challenges. The Globalization Loss Emerging Economies project was set up in a way to think about emerging powers together rather than separately. Because usually, especially in the US context, you try to think about, all right, what is China doing? Is China the new power? Or thinking about India, thinking about one country separately. But we were actually trying to look at countries, each country itself, and then comparatively. And think about what are the changes that are really relevant for the legal profession in these countries. So we organized a network of 40 scholars from both the US and BRICS and Brazil, India, and China, and have been connecting with researchers in the countries and universities in the countries. And I think one of the big lessons from the project is exactly how last presentation professor suggested, that there is so much lack of data, and a lot of the project was to just figure out what is going on in terms of empirically. We know very well what's going on in terms of larger processes, but when you look at the ground, what are the key issues? And with that in mind, the starting point was to think about three intersecting globalization processes. So to look at economic globalization, what we saw is that there was market opening in 1990. Then there was modernization of the legal field and an increasing demand for corporate lawyers, both in terms of law firms and in terms of in-house counsel, so lawyers working for corporations. And then there was globalization of governance, and this was the focus on transformation of the state's regulatory power. So the question, who sets standards of what the legal profession will be and will be about, how it will be accredited? Is it still in the realm of professional organizations? How powerful is the government in this regulation? And then another aspect is globalization of knowledge. And in all three countries, we actually saw that there is a global interchange and transformation of knowledge traditions, that local knowledge traditions globalize, and there is also global diffusion of new bodies of knowledge. But the bigger question here was, to what extent is legal profession something else, or is it just like any other profession? To what extent legal profession contains some set of cultural understandings about legal knowledge and education? And I will illustrate in terms of India, there are multiple tensions and trade-offs as these issues are being addressed and as globalization influences the legal profession. One of the issues was, if we need to educate lawyers, and if we know globalization is affecting the legal profession, what is the balance to put between how do you educate lawyers to become litigators or to work on more domestic issues versus do you actually set up law schools that are promoting global lawyering, that are promoting more global curricula? And of course, there has been a need for new knowledge, for intellectual property knowledge, trade and investment, corporate governance, many other forms of knowledge, legal knowledge. But also the question was, to what extent do you want this knowledge to actually overtake what has been done before? Then there has been a great increase in educational standards, and especially in debates on educational standards. This is all from the research done in India. So the mandatory bar examination was introduced. The question of how do you think about high-performing and low-performing law schools, how do you basically rank them, and how do you create centers of excellence, while also cut the law schools that actually do not provide education that you find necessary. Also the question of benchmarking, at what point you set the standards. Then another question that emerged was, with the increase in legal business, to what extent do you want to produce more vocational, professional education, create to an extent like legal technicians who are ready to have the expertise immediately after law school, versus to what extent do you want lawyers to have a comprehensive education and to be more well-versed in liberal arts, and does it mean that they would need to spend extra years in law school, like how long the law school would be and how many courses we have. Then another question that emerged was the majority of students in top law schools have started choosing corporate careers. So how do you basically create a structure where public careers and public service careers are incentivized? Then the question of producing versus consuming knowledge. In India in particular, there has been a lot of sensitivity regarding the fact that there have been a lot of legal transplants due to the UK colonialism. After UK colonialism, there has been a lot of US influence in legal education. So the question is, to what extent is India actually, an Indian legal system, producing its own knowledge and producing research on the legal profession and on the legal system that can be used as original indigenous ideas. And the problem here has been that the research culture, there are financial reasons, there are many different issues, but there has been an emphasis on trying to develop a greater research culture. And then the diversity of degree providers has increased tremendously. So there are a lot more of private law schools. Then there are very specialized degree programs, like, for example, diplomas in legal process outsourcing, because India has a lot of growth in legal process outsourcing, like, for example, sending work from here to India. And then people who are actually doing this work in India, and then they are getting, for example, a postgraduate degree in legal process outsourcing. And then the question of foreign universities in India, how will this be regulated and who can be accredited as a foreign university? But also the reverse question, what happens when Indian university has a completely American program? Are the lawyers able to enter the US market, for example, with a US-like law degree? This was kind of the general overview, more of issues like local development and what is going on with the profession domestically in India. But if we look at India as a rising power and questions of specific knowledge and specific needs in terms of legal education, one example to look at is the example of trade law, international trade law, which is one of the most complicated areas of international law, because it's very much rule-driven, and the rules are extremely complex. In international dispute settlement, especially in trade disputes, it has always been known that these are the places that are very much developed, country dominated. So the challenge was, can, for example, rising India win cases against the US? It has the knowledge and skills to win cases against developed countries. Is the system working for everyone, or is it a system that's primarily operationalized by the developed countries? So India has been, and Brazil and China, they have been extensively investing in building capacity to so-called level the playing field in the World Trade Organization dispute settlement. So this has been done in all three countries through links between academics, government, and practitioners. And what has been shown is that they are able to engage proactively, that the number of cases has increased, and you see here, if you look at the percentage of WTO cases, complainants and respondents. So respondents is when they are reactive and complainants is when they are proactive. And you see that basically each country has moved proactively and actually has shown that the system can work for it. And of course, some countries like China, they are now almost like the main players in the system. So when you look at this data, one way of interpreting it is, all right, these powers have risen, and they have shown that it is possible to build capacity and actually play the system. And then if you are like working on behalf of the system, then you say the system is good, the system is fair. So these countries can serve as an evidence that the system works. So this is like the percentage of WTO cases as a third party. Third party is the one that observes, it's learning. So that is probably the most, how many cases like each country sent a delegation to kind of learn about what is going on and to try to affect a law. So, but when we look at the process of investing into this capacity building to be at the WTO, there have been major investments over the years, but the question is, are there any returns on investments and how you can sustain, who is behind those victories and who is behind those cases that went well. So basically what you see is that there has been a lot of investment in developing domestic expertise, but still there has been a lot of reliance on foreign lawyers. And basically the switch from foreign lawyers to using domestic lawyers has not been either automatic or easily designed. So, for example, the private law firms in each country could not have enough work. There have not been enough cases. They could not have enough work to sustain the business. So you basically saw that those who trained to be trade lawyers are now shifting to other areas. So there has been a first mover advantage of like Western powers in the expertise that can be offered there. And then the question was also what kind of expertise is actually needed. So do you build expertise in trade related to WTO, or like for different institutions where trade can be addressed? Also, is more investment always better? Then, of course, if a rising power wants to increase voice, increase global engagement, does that mean that you should think about the trade-off, like this needs to be like Indian lawyers need to be the ones defending Indian cases, or does it really matter, like you just want to win the case, does it really matter whether it's an Indian lawyer or it's a US lawyer, as long as the government wins the case? So going now to the global level and question of global engagement. So BRICS summits have been taking place for several years now, and BRICS has been a new grouping, and the reason for its establishment is to actually reform global governance. So they seek recognition of political and economic realities. I mean, every country seeks something else within it, but they find really reasonable to use the grouping to exercise an outside option, to get better deals when they're negotiating in the IMF, when they're negotiating for changes in current institutions. So what they want is a more democratic order. That's the actual from their statement, and they are over 40% of population. So the idea not only the current institutions as they exist do not reflect the political and economic realities, but also there is a democratic deficit because they are not. So much population that could be represented through these countries is not. And then there is an ambition to create a more just global economic order. And this was the last statement on what is BRICS trying to do. And BRICS is trying to become a full-fledged mechanism of current and long-term coordination on a wide range of key issues of the world economy and politics. So the prevailing global governance architecture is regulated by institutions which were conceived in circumstances when the international landscape was characterized by very different challenges and opportunities. So as the global economy is being reshaped, they're committed to exploring new models and approaches towards more equitable development and inclusive global growth by emphasizing complementarities and building on respective economic strengths. I mean, the key point here is that there is a very strong sense of cohesion and orientation toward the common goal of reform and creating a more just order. But on the other hand, you have very different, extremely different countries that even, I mean, if you look at the legal systems, we're talking about completely different legal systems. We're talking about completely different orientations on a range of global issues, like whether you talk about human rights, the democracy, trade. So this is still a very ambitious process. The importance of innovation when we think about BRICS is that generally in international relations you think about the dominant power, like the US now, as the one against whose ideas regarding the system of international law all others debate. So this is somebody that sets the debate. And the question for BRICS, as they're thinking about innovating in the global realm, is what are their ideas and how are they different from what we have right now? So one of their ways to address this question is to invest in cooperation among themselves and generate new ideas. And this very much, if you look at the early days of the European Union, it's very much what you usually call like the functionalist model, that you try to develop cooperation in specific technical functional areas, and then you see how it grows and where it grows. So in terms of education, right now there are summits, there are ministers meeting, so education ministers started meeting. There is an academic forum meetings, like meetings of think tanks, scholars, and researchers, and then there are a lot of other officials that are meeting as well. So the mechanism as it works now is that you have like the track 1 diplomacy, which is kind of the official mechanism, and then you have the track 2 diplomacy, which is unofficial. But the question where the innovation comes in is that you basically have the continuing interface between policy, between scholars that produce knowledge and policymakers that actually need to that need to make decisions. So what has been going on in the 2013 meeting goals was to strengthen collaboration between BRICS universities. There has been talk about doing like a BRICS Ivy League. Then partnerships and knowledge exchanges, especially in technical vocational education and training. And then the question of portability and transferability of qualifications. So these are some of the issues that have been discussed. Also, there have been discussions on BRICS and UNESCO to work together to assist the least developed countries towards attainment of global education targets. So there are various ways this can be done. Strengthening of data collection systems within BRICS was one of the suggested, or sharing the best practices, and they are basically continuing to meet. In terms of track 2, this is where actually the longer term visions of what BRICS can achieve come together, and where actually scholars are proposing how to take this educational cooperation further, and where is the convergence both in terms of interest and in terms of potentially mutually beneficial actions. So the meetings were annual, and what has been done is kind of building a constituency that is continuously in contact, and that can actually both be in contact during the meetings, but also between the meetings, virtually, and then provide recommendations for leaders to take the BRICS cooperation further. And my personal experience was I spent 6 months at the Center for BRICS Research in Shanghai, and there is also a BRICS Policy Center in Rio. So there has been a lot of effort to bring scholars together, not only from within different departments of one university. The BRICS Center in Shanghai is at Fudan, but also to have these centers then cooperate among each other together. So the way I see prospects for innovation, when we think about global engagement, and both in terms of the rising powers and BRICS as a coalition, there are no predetermined models of how you build capacity and what knowledge you need. There is not like one supermodel that everybody tries to emulate, but there is a reality of the situation that now countries are actually looking at a larger mix of strategies, both globally and locally, and then trying to engage in like borrowing of what works for them. Then another aspect is global engagement requires an interdisciplinary approach. Whatever knowledge building you look at that's needed for global engagement, let's say like World Trade Organization cases and how do you produce knowledge in India to help India excel there, that's not a single discipline issue, and you have a great mix of disciplines in thinking about it. Then there needs to be a pragmatic commitment and sustained effort. And finally, BRICS capacity building and peer learning model is, in a way, right now a model of how you can think about strategically generating new knowledge among these countries, but at the same time, it is a model both for other countries to see whether this works, and also how they can gain from particular knowledge building that the BRICS is conducting. So I think I should...
You have 5 minutes if you want.
All right, I think I should close here, and then I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Certainly in the context of education, higher education, and some of the legal framework, there is a tremendous amount of colonial legacy. So South Africa and India certainly have one kind of penal code, one kind of statute, but there is a British legacy there, which is certainly not the case in India, and in China, and Brazil. And is there any sort of understanding of how to sort of homogenize that a little bit, and so that they are also on a similar basis? Certainly in higher education, this is a huge issue, where in India they be maybe for 3 years or 4 years, depending on which British system or the American system they follow, and the level of universities. China has a different model, which is sort of the old communist model, where they go for a 5 or 6 year undergraduate and a master's program together. So how do they see themselves sort of in these compatibility issues?
So basically, one of the interesting issues with BRICS is that they are trying to promote legal pluralism. So basically, think about not a single system, but they realize that every single one of their countries is very pluralist. So you have in many of the BRICS a combination of civil law, common law, and also customary law. So the idea is to just set the stage of what exists, and then look at different models, but also from each other, rather than looking immediately, let's copy the Singapore model because Singapore is more developed, or let's copy the US model because it's more developed. I think there is certainly a colonial legacy, and it's visible in some areas more than others, whether you look at like land use property rights, or whether you look at certain aspects of law and not others. So that is like an underlying current, but in the sense I feel that they understand that in each country that these are the same background conditions. So the question is how how do you innovate without looking too much into the past, but looking at where you are, where you want to be, and what is the common aspiration. So right now I'm working on a project, actually Jiao Tong University is trying to set up a BRICS Law Center. And in a way, when you think about BRICS law, it's like, can BRICS law be possible? But there are many elements that you can engage in terms of legal cooperation. One of them was the Supreme Courts had their own cooperation. So Brazil would invite the rest of the BRICS to see their legal system, and then they would kind of do a display. They had this event, I think, in 2010. And so that there is an exchange among them and focusing on their models and what they can, as in similar development terms, take forward.
So that takes me to my second question, which I think is for both of you, is looking out. So does BRICS law or BRICS sort of set of structures, as well as higher education in Turkey, what does it sort of see itself doing in its neighbors or other countries instead of exporting that culture as they want to increase their global footprint? So does the BRICS law have, or other aspects of BRICS strategic vision have ideas on how to sort of engage other countries as they increase their global footprint in Africa and parts of Asia and Latin America? And how does that sort of play a role? And that goes in for Turkey as well, as the higher education sector continues to expand. Not only are they attracting students from all the way from Pakistan on one side to Vietnam on the other, but also what does it mean in sort of starting academic collaboration, starting new universities in other places? And where is the future in the next 5 years, in the next 25 years? Thoughts?
Actually, Turkey is a center of different cultures, around the Middle East, Russia, Balkans, Caucasia. So it attracts many different cultures to Turkey. Also, Turkish scholars are going abroad, visit other schools, other universities. For example, myself, I have worked in Kyrgyzstan, Georgia, and Bosnia. There are 3 different countries, and I learned too much things. I met many friends, networks there. So Turkey has a good potential for that, actually. I mean, the universities, in Turkey also teaching international level. Here we have Erasmus standards in Turkey. Erasmus standards, European Union standards. So the education and other things and the standardized level. Then also in English, the language mean of education is English. So that's another point. This distance learning, as I said, is another way to connect. There are too many conferences organized in Turkey, so it's attracting too many points. In near future, this will be more internationalized, probably. For example, in my university, a private university, nearly 11,000 students, 1,500 of them are from abroad. From China, Vietnam to Ukraine, Russia, from Africa, Senegal to South Africa, from all around the world. I don't think too many Americans, but there are too many Europeans from Poland, Finland, from Erasmus or other programs. So it's a crossroad of all cultures. So it has too many opportunities and prospective potential for this research collaborations, educational collaborations.
So in terms of China in particular, there are a lot of foreign students in China. I remember I was teaching at their graduate policy school in, I think, last year, and it was unbelievable that the class was like half foreign. And what I see is that they have more and more programs tailored toward foreigners and taking place in English. So in a sense that we will see a lot of exchanges, and we already see a lot of people who were thinking before, like to go to study abroad in the US or UK, are now thinking to study in Singapore and China. And there is this kind of switch happening. It's a question whether it is just like a immediate thing, or is it going to have more longer lasting implications. But it's already there, and I think also it depends on the way this will develop. I mean, when you look at the special international relations market, when you look at what are the journals and who produces knowledge, one of the concerns with BRICS has been that they are not on the list of top universities, and that they are not producing enough of their own research. So the question is whether the research they produce is going to strengthen the journals that are currently top ranked, or are they going to set up their own journals and promote their own theories which are different. So I think in that sense there will be a lot of different flows to look at empirically and see, basically see people's revealed preferences, which journals they publish in, how many of these journals are actually hosted in BRICS countries, and how many BRICS scholars are on top. So
I don't know how it might. Does anybody else have any questions or thoughts or comments?
My question is about funding for international students in universities in Turkey, where you said that there's, it's a mix of cultures. And certainly in the U.S., what we tend to see a lot is the foreign students that come here do tend to come from the more affluent families. And so I'm just wondering if that's a similar trend or how it works in a place where there's proximity-wise much more opportunity for students from different countries.
Actually, we have more opportunity for the relative nations. We can call that Turkey countries, Central Asian countries. We have too much opportunities for them. The government is supporting them. From each country, there are too many students coming from Central Asia. This is one way, actually, the first way. And the Balkans, some Balkan states, they are giving some contingents for the universities, and they are coming, and additional payments also be paid. Another thing is this: any country, not only the Central Asia, the TÜBİTAK explained that the Science and Technology Center of Turkey is giving scholarship for graduate students from abroad. But first they have to get acceptance, and second year they give it. For my students, many of them are receiving, I don't know exact number, but nearly $1,000 a month is receiving a scholarship from the government. And this is, there is no repayment, just as a scholarship they give. Each university is also giving some scholarship. For example, I know some universities accepting the best student from high school. If students coming the number one in his or her school, then giving scholarship, special type of scholarship, or each university is providing for the foreign students. Also, for example, for my graduates, I give some examples. So I don't know exactly how much is the total number of scholars students, but I know a few examples. So there are too many opportunities for the foreign students, but most of them are after coming to Turkey, for getting the acceptance, and after that. For example, for our graduate school, we give some discounts, for example, for tuition, depending on the scores, like TOEFL score, like GRE score, and other scores, So there are too many opportunities. And on the other hand, Turkey is a cheap country, cheaper than the other countries, so living is not very expensive, dormitory opportunities are too much, so students mostly afford to study.
Dr. Ali, welcome to United States first. Mine would be a contribution rather than a question. Turkey is not just accepting foreign students for higher education, but also it's exporting some higher education to other countries through Hizmet and Gülen movement. There are about 15 universities outside of Turkey right now, built by Hizmet movement. 7 of them, as far as I remember, in Central Asia, and some others in Europe, in Africa, in Far East. So it's very important to note that these universities are contributing a lot in those countries. Since those countries are emerging economies, this is very important for them to have these Turkish universities, and these universities are emulating the education and some cultural values from Turkey. So I thought it would be important to note this, to give this important note.
In addition to Mr. Yusar, I was in Bosnia and Herzegovina last 10 days ago, last week. Then I met with the director of this Book University that Mr. Yusar mentioned. Then I saw that Book University as a private university in Bosnia, a Turkish university, and bringing too many things new to Bosnia and trying to improve this country's contribute to country's development. And when I met with the director, he told me that he's trying to open some technology center there. He was working in Turkey in Yıldız Technical University, so he got some experiences from Turkey and technology centers. And he said that I would not spend any dollar for this one. How you do it? When I talked with him, he said that we get cooperation with the industry, with the companies. There are too many companies there. They couldn't find any university to cooperate maybe in that level. And we will give some opportunity to make the research, maybe some graduate students to support this research. We support some laboratory, other equipment, other things, and flexibility we will give them. The public university is not as flexible as the private one. So I'm very surprised and very happy with hearing such things. I mean, when we talk about emerging economies, actually emerging countries, Turkey is, comparingly bigger economy. I mean, 75 million people, and the GDP is quite high. So, but when we look at the other countries, smaller countries, the Bosnia and Herzegovina or Croatia, and the European Union now, maybe we don't include in that category, maybe, but Albania, for example, Macedonia, there are smaller nations, smaller countries need something else. So from Turkey, there are too many entrepreneurs opening the universities in those regions. And I see that they are transferring the knowledge, experience, technology, and other things, and bringing from different, this professors from different places around the world. And nowadays I prefer here, but I had to be in Bosnia because there was a conference there. Every year they are repeating conferences, and in the conference there are many professors coming around the countries. Then last 3 years I was always going there, 23rd, 24th April, but this time I prefer this this meeting. But maybe next year I will go again. Then I will invite you there as well. Okay.
You can just go to the mic. And introduce yourself as well, for those of you who can't see your name tag in the back.
My name is Murat from Pisa District. My question is to Ms. Papa. From the social, cultural, and religious traditional perspective, there are real difference between big countries. From this perspective, for the future of big countries, is this a real challenge for big countries to agree cooperation like European Union or United States? This difference.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent question. This is something that BRICS themselves are struggling with. The way I see it is,
when you think about now, right now, when you look at European Union, it seems that people are the same, but after the World War, it looked like European Union countries were very different. So here, of course, when we're talking about BRICS, we're talking about a lot of like civilizational issues, and we're talking about very big differences in cultures. The question is about the BRICS aspirations, and as long as they have common aspirations and as long as they can reach mutual gains, that they have something to gain from their cooperation, they can be together. I think by now they have defied all odds in terms of how long they stay together. I personally, when I saw BRICS coming together like several years ago, I didn't think it would last. But then most recently, when I saw how they supported each other regarding the G20 and how they pursued the development bank idea, I felt that it is in a sense the imagined community, where basically it's almost like another concert of regional powers, that you basically do not look at regional integration where region is defined by geography, but you look at regional integration where region is defined by imagination. And there have been a lot of movements in international system. For example, I don't know if you know that Haiti is joined African Union, and you would think like Haiti, how can Haiti join African Union? Wouldn't Haiti benefit more if it joins somebody else? But I think that's just kind of the nature of current realignments, where you do not look at models that are standard, but you look at something, you look at similar developmental stage, you look at similar aspirations, and what's happening is then you test the waters. Right now, BRICS are working on over 20 different issues. So let's say that they can't agree on 2 or 3 issues, but they might agree on 1 issue. I was personally looking at their cooperation on climate change. So when BRICS came together, they immediately said like we're going to cooperate on climate change. But when you look at BRICS, you have Russia and you have the rest of the BRICS. It's almost like microcosm of the deadlock in the climate regime. So you have one country with Kyoto Protocol binding emission cuts, and then you have the rest that do not have binding emission cuts. And so basically they really tried to work together on this issue within climate negotiations. That didn't work out. BASIC worked separately from Russia. But then when you look at their intention to work on this issue, and then you look at the evolution of their agricultural cooperation, when you look at the evolution of their energy cooperation, then you see the climate change issue moving into different areas. So what happens is that if you have a community of people who are practically meeting on regular basis and developing trust and building trust and having their operational activities, that there is a possibility that this translates into something more. How much more it will be, it's unclear. I think in the security realm, there's definitely very many problems. You can see they could not cooperate on Security Council reform. Basically, like Russia and China supporting the India and Brazil to become members. So there are issues where they don't cooperate. But then when you look at the issue that they wanted to diversify the heads of financial institutions, that to say that it's not going to be forever and ever, that the US person is the head of the World Bank and the French person is the head of the IMF. Here they could stand together really well. So it's at this stage, I think it's more of an experimentation, and as long as cooperation goes on, and as long as they do not part, and right now, I cannot envision them reversing. Like just saying now we are no longer BRICS. I don't think there is a clear face-saving way to get out now. So in those terms, I think we will see far more of them in the future, and how far they go depends on how skilled people they have and whether they have any, and how many ideas they have and what they do actually with their higher education and initiatives in that realm. So.
Any other questions? If not, let's thank our speakers, and we have a break for about 25-30 minutes, and we'll reconvene after the coffee break here, and I hope this conversation will continue during the break and the after. Thank you.
Today. What I'm going to share with you today is really something that's definitely not finished. It's something that's really trying to put together something that I've been working with some of the past 5 years. So it's very open-ended. It's very tentative in many ways. So we'll see where it ends, and probably I'll go out from here as a wiser person. So anyway, what I want to think about is, or talk about today is, can innovation promote global equality, and what does it really mean? And it's something that maybe I explain briefly my background. I work with innovation systems. I give policy advice, and I work with institutions to build innovation systems. And one of the problems is nowadays when you work with innovation that it's getting more and more unclear, as the previous speaker noted, what we really mean with innovation. Some 15 years ago it was about technological innovation, and today we have a number of different definitions for it. And where it really becomes problematic is in the context of development. What do we mean with innovation promoting development in the least developed countries or in emerging economies? And this confusion that I have confronted in my own profession, both as a practitioner and also as a scholar, is something that I'm going to share with you today and think about it. So the other maybe kind of a departure point is that, well, we're very used to think, at least those of us who think of themselves as a scholar, that science and technology are about making a better world. I think that's the commitment a lot of people do. Being a practitioner in science and technology is about making a better world. But the other part of this talk today is about, well, maybe science and technology are also part of making the world less equal, making it more unequal. So that's kind of the other point that I want to share with you, and how do I get there. Really how to put these very, I would say, far away points together, and how to really get to talk about them in the right way. When we think about innovation in the development context, we really are confronted with this problem. What do we mean? If we talk about innovation in the context of least developed countries or so, we think about fixes to diseases, fixes to better water, better sanitation, kind of transportation of solutions to fix people's problems. But then on the other hand, we also know that those countries that are really doing well in the long run, like Brazil or South Korea or China or Brazil, they have really invested in science and technology institutions, which is a really long run investment, decades, maybe even 100 years of investment into that. And thus we are trapped into this a bit of a problematic situation when we talk about innovation and development. On the one hand, we have this short-term quick win idea that we need innovations to help people get out of the poverty quickly and fastly, and quickly improve their surroundings or circumstances. And then on the other hand, we have these challenges. How do we lift whole nations or whole systems out of the gridlock of poverty? What kind of institutions we can build in there, and what is the role of science and technology in doing that? So that's kind of what we'll be looking at today. I'm saying in the talk or in the title, global gaps, that there are gaps, and there's lots of scholarly speculation that, well, is the world getting more flat or is it getting more unequal? And if we look back a little bit, lots of the scholars are saying that, well, the world is becoming more unequal. Emmanuel Castells, in his quite masterpiece trilogy in the 1990s, when he was thinking about what will be the implications of the information society or the knowledge society, what will be the global implications. And he was basically saying that, well, it's really good for part of the humankind, but lots of the people will also be left behind because of the way the technology works. it provides advantage to some, but not to all. And that's what he was concerned with. And then if you look at some of the other papers I have briefly just cited here, for example, the Kemeny paper, which is a very, very nice paper by an economic geographer, he's basically saying that, well, the technology gaps are really growing between the poor performers and the best performers. And these gaps might never be closed. So it's kind of a worrisome scenario. If the inequalities, if the spread between countries and the world population is growing. Okay, so that's the background in some way here. What I'm going to do here is now, in the next sentence, maybe talk a little bit more about what are the different modes of the innovations that I'm contrasting here, and then start sharing with you more about evidence or the data research that we have done that really has looked into how the gaps are emerging and what are their implications, and then in some way really trying to bring some of those things together later on. So I started by saying that, well, we have these two different kind of modes of innovation, perhaps the quick fixes or using technology, and the other one is the long-term investment. I think anybody who's working with the practice of development cooperation and working with innovation realizes that these two are around there. Using technology is really the predominant mode of using maybe innovation. And this is about new to the market or new to the organization, new to the people in innovations. Some people say that the spread of mobile phones, if you look at the access to mobile phones and access to internet, that's an innovation to a lot of the population in developing countries, and that's something that is making the world more flat. And then when you look at the people's ability to use or create those technologies, you see that it is less equal. Less and less people are actually able to create those technologies. So the use of technology is quite a predominant mode for some specific reasons. Well, first of all, it fits quite nicely the way development aid is done. It's kind of easy to say that if within 2 or 5 years we have a tangible results, we're going to address some specific problems here by diffusing technology or by diffusing devices around here. It's also something that sometimes borders what used to be called technological fixes. It's about identifying problems and saying that, well, we have a solution here, we have a solution for this disease, or we have a solution for malnutrition, or we have the solution for you to gain more market information by getting more phones. But it's a bit a problematic approach in that sense that sometimes it skips the identification of what people are really looking for. Sometimes it becomes really a push of technology to other countries around. But there are some organizations that are really, I would say, committed to this idea. If you look at the Millennium Development Goals program and the Jeffrey Sachs annex to that work, you see that it really looks like a program of saying these are the big problems we need to solve, and here is maybe the knowledge and the technologies we should deploy to solve these problems. But then on the other hand, this is problematic in that sense that it really doesn't confront the problem that why some countries and why some pockets of the world population are underdeveloped, why they are in poverty. And that's really that because of the broader political culture, broader organizational situation where they are. And just by giving solutions, we will not solve those root problems, why those people or countries are locked in development problems. Then there's the longer term perspective, which I want to focus more in my next slides. And that's really about how, as a country, really to catch up with the global leaders in terms of economic power or purchasing this parity or living standards. And that's really the strategy of building institutions of knowledge creation in science and technology, really going to the model of catching up with the Western Europe or United States. And in some way, this echoes maybe the older industrialization paradigm that was dominating some of the development or development economics after the 1950s and so, but we have a bit different approach maybe there today. But there you really see a very different approach. You see countries like we see today from Turkey's example, countries are laying out very ambitious and comprehensive plans of raising the level of skills and knowledge of their populations, raising the level of science and technology ability in their institutions. And they know that this is a long-term investment. Now, the dilemma that we get in here is that why or how not all countries are doing that. Why aren't we more countries committed to what Brazil or Turkey or South Korea or China are doing, if that really leads to such an improvement? And what is really happening on the global level? Who are really gaining the leaders? Who is really growing or ascending from the bottom to the frontier? In the previous talk we were hearing about the rankings, the innovation rankings of the European countries, that nobody wants to see themselves in the bottom of a scorecard. Everybody wants to keep climbing it. So why aren't we really going forward there? So what we have done with my colleagues, we have really looked at the number of countries. Are they really performing better or are they falling back? And we have really tried to look at the problem, not the problem countries, I'm sorry for that, but the least developed and the most challenged region in the world. And what we have done, that we have done kind of a distance to frontier analysis, looking at, for example, how many inventors per population we have in India and China or different parts of the world, compared to the United States that we consider as a frontier. And then we have done the same analysis with the scientific publications by looking at the relative share of scientific authors in different countries compared to Finland. And then we have looked at have the bottom countries, the bottom performing countries, really improved their position over a 20 years period or over a 25 period of years. And if we look at some of the results that I'm sharing with you today, here's one slide. And this is really showing you the 50 countries in the horizontal axis, the 50 countries or major regions that are obtaining patents in the United States. And it's showing you, on the upper curve, is showing to you the cumulative share of all patents. And then the lower red and blue graphs are showing the cumulative share of global population. And what you see there is that both if you compare 1990 to 1995, the 5-year period, and the 5-year period from 2005 to 2010, the graphs are more or less the same. Roughly 10% of the world population files for about 90% of US patents. If you use a different patents here, or different source of data, we would get more or less the same result, but it's just some way of looking at it. So basically the world of filing patents is not getting more equal. If anything, you see a slight difference here in the left hand, where the top is getting slightly more flat, but the rest is being just the way it was before. And then we have done a plot with my colleague Arvo Suominen, who has kindly done this to me. And this is kind of a logarithmic, well, it is logarithmic, it's not kind of a logarithmic. So this is really showing you in the 5 groups of countries. So in the upper right hand, you have the top performers, Finland and United States and Switzerland and Japan. And then you have the low performers here in the end. And the alarming message that we got from this figure is that, here in the higher you are from the middle graph, the middle bar, the more you are improving your position over 20 years. And if you're going down from the bar, you are falling back from the global frontier. And which are the countries and regions that are falling back? Is the other Asia and other Africa. That's 2 billion people that are basically not improving their position in terms of filing for more patents or creating more technology. So that's the one kind of the alarming thing here for us at least. And now if I turn briefly just to look at the the scientific publications. This is not as good graph as those two previous ones, but here we have done a bit of a similar analysis where we have compared the scientific articles per population against that of Finland's share. And what this graph tells you that here in the bottom, you have the horizontal bottom. The more you are right, the more you catch up with Finland. So it tells you kind of the speed by which you are catching up with Finland. And then the vertical axis is the knowledge intensity of your country. If we would have a Finland here, I think Finland is something like few articles per person, so it really doesn't fit in here. And I go into the more detailed one, but here again you see that China and South Korea and Brazil, these are the countries that are improving. But then you see a lot of countries that over a 25-year period, a quarter century, they are essentially not improving at all. This group of countries that I have here on the axis, and we can look a bit more in detail of those countries. And what we see there is that countries like South Africa, which is really about the 50% of Africa's scientific production, is falling back when compared to the global frontier when it's defined as Finland. We have countries, such an excellent country, known for its excellence as Chile, falling back also here in some way. And we see also that the improvement is not really notable. We see India also not really improving its portion here. Now this is subject to all kinds of problems of measuring. I have a technical annex here, which I'm not going into details today, but if these slides are shared with you, you'll see how we have arrived these numbers and figures. So what should we make out of this? That's the puzzle I have. Because on the one hand, I'm very convinced, and I know I've seen lots of examples of people advocating innovation to address poverty. We have celebrated cases like M-Pesa or the spread of internet and so on. I mean, and we have all this whole category of innovations, base of the pyramid innovations, inclusive innovation, pro-poor innovation, frugal innovation, social innovation, that are really addressing the immediate problems and needs of poverty and people in desperate conditions all over the world. But in some way, how are we going to go beyond of addressing those immediate needs and developing strategies for countries and nations and regions that they can live, that they can have a path that really leads somewhere that maybe some of the BRICS people are envisioning today. And I think that it's very hard to envision that that strategy could occur without a substantial improvement in their science and technology systems in a way that they truly catch up with the global frontier. So what we looked here today and what I shared with you is that about for about 20 years or 25 years, the global system of science and technology has actually become more unequal. It is more skewed towards the very good performers, the OECD countries, and there are some odd cards, and I say odd cards like South Korea or Brazil or maybe Turkey, who are really determined to improve their positions. But then we have enormous pockets of populations and regions that are not improving to a degree that would make a difference, but might even be falling back. Countries like Bangladesh or the other Africa, when you exclude Egypt and South Africa, or other Asia or other South America, that are not really improving, and that's a problem. So how to, I see that my clock is ticking 16 minutes, but I'm already almost done. So how should we go forward about this? My talk's topic is really to think about how innovation can promote global equality. Now, in some way, and I speak maybe as somebody who has a need to confess, because I also work in the development cooperation. In some way, we're often betraying ourselves by saying that by delivering solutions, by diffusing technologies, and by just simply fixing problems, we are going to address problems of global development. In some way, when I look around, and I usually travel or meet with people who work with science and technology policy and science and technology systems, in some way, when I look at these numbers, I'm getting the feeling that we are betraying ourselves, because we are not really looking at this phenomenon that lots of the world population is not really catching up, and we should do more to worry about them. Because if this development continues for 125 years, what is the outcome? Where are we then? Because the diffusion of solutions or the corporate social responsibility driven diffusion of gadgets and devices is not going to address this problem that I'm trying to not identify, but trying to step around it in some way. So, as you see, I don't really have any answers. This is a project that I'm about to embark upon. It's something maybe I'll be able to put together in a framework and start thinking about how can we have the two different modes of innovation together when we talk about innovation, the quick, immediate innovation that borders more of a social innovation perhaps and diffusion of technologies, and then this other one that's really about the long-term institution building and what are the outcomes for the global system, not only for the global innovation system, but I think the global governance system that was addressed before. I think I'll just stop here because I believe I have said everything I had in mind. Thank you.
We have time for perhaps one or two questions. If anybody has thoughts, Susie?
You want to come to the microphone or?
Actually, the microphone can come to you. And introduce yourself as well.
Hi, Susie Foster from the School of Public Health. A lot of the innovations that are, or the patents that are filed here in the United States, for example, are from Indian or Chinese scientists who've migrated. I'm wondering how that counts, and probably other scientists as well. It's very hard for some of these countries to hold on to the scientists that they have. And so I was wondering how, in your slides, how that was accounted for in the data that you've collected. Whether, say for example, a Chinese scientist who filed a patent and then moved to the United States, whether he counted under China or under the United States.
Right. Okay, thanks. Well, I have the technical annex here so you can look at the more details. Basically, we get the inventor country of residence from the filing. So that's how we deal. We don't know the nationality of the person, but it really doesn't do away with the fact that they seem to live in the United States at the moment of the filing. And by using different patent data, we would get a bit of a difference. If we could use, for example, the European Patent Office data or the World Intellectual Property Organization data, PCT, some of these figures will change a bit, but the curve really doesn't change so much. So that's where we are in some sense. But this will, and if you're free to, and these papers give it more detail also about how we've done the metrics, but I hope that addresses your...
I guess then my question is, what can countries do to hold on to the scientists that they do have? I guess if that's whole nother presentation, but it seems like that's really the problem, that, there are a lot of scientists who just find greener pastures elsewhere and move on.
No, it's very tricky. It's a very tricky question, because in some way, when I'm thinking about this paper or this project and its implications, it's very easy to fall back to the Washington Consensus prescription. Why don't you just go the old-fashioned industrialization road, that you'll get an elite, that's the managerial elite, and then it will finally trickle down your economies. And that's definitely not the recommendation I want to do. We've just got rid of it. We've just seen that OECD and the World Bank are really rejecting that strategy. They seem to me somehow a little bit confused how to really deal with this issue, but they are realizing that we need to address directly these problems of poverty with innovations. Now, how to get people to stay, I don't know, but I think we have to look at countries that are performing well. So Brazil, South Korea, a certain part of China, definitely. Turkey, is definitely one of the interesting countries that is coming up in some way. These countries are also, Mexico might also be an interesting case. Why these countries are performing well, what are they doing differently than others? And they are, definitely. So
Hans, let me ask perhaps a more all-round question. Besides patents and patent filings, what are other metrics that may give you a completely different picture? I don't know what they may be, but like with every metric, there are inherent limitations, right? So I can certainly imagine many countries where people are innovative, but patent is not the right metric there. What other metrics come to mind that may allow one to take another snapshot at the scale of global innovation? And then what do you think of that?
Right. Yeah. Well, I think it's good to say that this is a very narrow view. I study science and technology, so it's easy for me to look at the scientific publications and patents. That's what I'm most familiar with. I think we should look at health. Health is very important. Health gaps, the health burden, people's not only people's access to healthcare, but also their own. If there is some ingenious ways of dealing with health. Education is very important. How people have access to childcare and these kind of issues. We should look at those things, and I think overall the range of factors that really constitute the conditions for poverty in different countries. What are really the factors that build on or people living in those conditions? So I think it would change a little bit from country to country, but we should look at that, and then we should really try to look at that. I think those factors that are not only about alleviating poverty, but really how to devise the system level responses to how to gain how to kind of make a leapfrog as a nation or as a system somewhere else. So health and education will definitely be very big factors there.
Great. Any other questions? Well, let's thank Hans one more time. Thank you so much.
Because there are some, maybe this, as I explained in my presentation, some initiatives others are motivating, but it should be separate, maybe all around to Turkey, and there are additional things should be done, I suppose. But anyway, the future is bright in any circumstance, because the last a few years, maybe last 2 decades, the development shows that. And adapting the technology is very fastly adapting the technology and other things to Turkey in certain areas, especially for example, when our colleagues talking about healthcare, many new technologies and new innovative systems are adapting in Turkey, but itself, not only adapting but developing itself, the universities and technology centers should play maybe better role in that. In that way, many people are going abroad for education, including the United States and other countries. So they are now turning back and starting work in their institutions in Turkey, in all around to Turkey, not only in Istanbul, but new universities we told in the presentation. Last years there are too many new universities, public universities are started, so too many academicians are being sent in for these universities to abroad, and they are coming back. When they come back, they could not, maybe they should do something, but some of them could not find enough environment for research, study, network. But this improvement in the communication sector and information sector, and again this some exchange programs, we have new exchange program, the Pardee program in Turkey, within Turkey. Maybe in his or her university may could not enough potential for study, but he can visit the more developed universities and more technology, they can collaborate and work with other scientists. So there are opportunities, and probably in near future there will be new improvements in terms of this Turkish education system, Turkish innovative environments. There will be new improvements.
All right, thank you. So I was basically presenting on three different levels. One are the local developments. One is more like the intersection between domestic and foreign, and then the final one was the global engagement as a coalition of the BRICS. So in terms of when we look at legal education at domestic level, I think in 10-15 years it will be very clear how you are going to distinguish lawyers from other professions and what is exactly the added value they bring. And what we see now here is in the US model is that you have overpaid lawyers, and this is basically the reason why the salaries are so high. There is an incentive for legal work to go abroad. So I see that there will be far more legal work traveling and going abroad. And then the question is, to what extent will these countries, once you develop BRICS, to what extent will they outsource their legal work as well? And that will have an impact on how legal education will evolve. Then another issue is there will be all the battles that are currently going on in terms of whether you allow foreign lawyers to enter, what are the accreditation criteria. I think all of these battles will be kind of going to a close, because there is already the WTO commitment to liberalize services, so it's a question of time rather than whether it will happen. So that will be definitely affecting the legal education. In terms of the domestic and foreign engagement and questions of legal capacity building and like what kind of skills are needed, I think with the BRICS we will see a lot of thinking whether to what extent they want to have a global profile and to what extent they want to play like superpower roles and actually aspire to be such powers, versus to what extent they just want to keep a lower profile and use cooperations like BRICS to produce global public goods, or actually to do something extra for other countries. And in terms of the BRICS and legal education cooperation among them and cooperation in the education realm in general, I think they can potentially present a real alternative to the way we think about the world from here. A lot of international relations, international law theory has been very much Western oriented, and basically the West doesn't really know what it would be like to make it marginal, and whether these rising powers have the ability to marginalize the ways that currently these fields understand the world. I think that's a big challenge, and we will know much more of it in 10 to 15 years. But the way it will play out, it's not completely clear, but I think it's guaranteed that we will have far more ideas, and the ideas that are currently prevalent will be challenged to a large extent. So I think it's definitely a win-win situation for theory evolution, for theory building, but also for academics and scholars working in these fields.
Thank you. Well, it's a really big question, so I'm humbled to answer it. I've learned a lot from the presentations today, and seeing really how seriously different countries are taking the higher education build-up and so on. If we really think of more broadly or more globally, I think these are the success stories we've looked today. And in some way, if one starts thinking of where is the future going, what's happening, and you realize, for example, what I started to work 5 years ago on Africa seriously. And since then, Congo was going on then, but now you have Central Africa, you have all of the Northern Africa, and now you have the Ukraine going on. I think in some way we have to be honest when we think about these problems of challenge of development and security. I think security and stability that's the foundation, and after that we can maybe start thinking about higher education and innovation. So it's difficult to. I don't think anybody predicted in Europe that we would have this challenge with Ukraine a year ago without being labeled a complete goofy. But if we really want to think about innovation and innovation systems, and I think there's some important things are going on. And one of the things is that I really didn't mean to advocate in my talk, and I completely don't agree with the idea that only scientific and technological innovation matters. I think for the non-technological innovation really matters for developing countries. And here we have a huge movement that is actually only beginning to gather momentum. I mentioned all the open innovation or grassroots innovation or inclusive innovation. We're only beginning to understand what it really can mean for the people living at the lower end of the global income pyramid. So in the health has a lot of opportunities. You can just think about, for example, all these financial innovations, savings pools among people, and so in our own work, I was amazed to learn, for example, when we look at the ICT use in Africa, how important the concept of innovation is for people getting micro entrepreneurial jobs in repairing and fixing phones. And these people were accessing global databases of phone problems and how to fix them. People from back borders or from rural areas in Tanzania are able to access global open databases, how to fix certain problems in the phones and pose questions. This is a hugely empowering movement that really goes across all spheres of life. We shouldn't underscore it, and I think it's very important that events like this and institutions like Boston University or mine continue to think about that. Well, how can we really accelerate these completely new ways of doing things, these innovative ways, innovation in services, or how to encourage social entrepreneurship? It has a huge potential to address some of the problems that we have here today. And I think we're only beginning to think about what are the outcomes of that. So in that sense, I'm very positive what it could be.
Good. So let me open it up, starting with Joe. And I think most people know your name now, and you're a known commodity in this audience. So yeah.
Is this on? All right. I think that does it. So I enjoyed all the presentations. My question is for Mahela and also Hannes, the two legal scholars. So one of the things that was brought out in my presentation is that there is this attention to TRIPS flexibilities in the area of health, and we can think about that in a number of ways, both breaking patents legally through TRIPS flexibilities, but also there's a whole illegal breaking of patent laws that I didn't get into. And of course that runs counter to some of these other important areas of innovation that have to do with the law around things like protecting patents, filing patents. And so I want to ask you both to talk about that tension, because we seem to see both things happening or being concerns in the BRICS countries, but it's not at all clear to me how in the future that's going to play out. Clearly they're going to have interest in filing and protecting patents for certain coveted inventions in certain areas, and then totally breaking and flouting laws or using the law to break patents legally in other areas. And so can you say a little bit about how you see that?
If I may add to that, Joe, and this is a question actually I was discussing with Mahela a little earlier as well. This issue of patents and protection and innovation, certainly in my own area of looking at substandard drugs, which are, just as Joe mentioned, the issue of sort of India making these huge volumes of drug all over the world, but India and China are also sort of, I don't want to say producers, but certainly are very much in the center of poor quality, substandard, counterfeit drugs. So that's one example of where this tussle, this battle between the legal and the illegal as well. So I wanted to sort of add to that. But that's a great question about this issue of where are we headed with that and how do we sort of handle that. Hella, you want to sort of take a first stab at this?
I think
Okay, yeah. I think, nobody's really happy with the current global IPR governance. I think that's very well established. And I think secondly, it's quite apparent, I think at least to most observers, that the current system favors those who have a lot of IPR, and it's really disadvantageous to those who are just about to getting them. In other words, if you are a catch-up country, a country that wants to catch up, you are not happy with that system. And so I think there will be lots of discontent, but if you think about the national or the international patent system, it's a system that lives in that perpetual crisis. Nobody's ever really happy with that. I think what's really a lesson from the travesty with the ICE patents is that everybody realizes that this can't be true. I think the cost to human life and how much time we lost with people insisting on patents. But is that bringing a change? I'm not very optimistic really about that. I think we should. I would believe, and personally I hope that the BRICS countries should press for a reform on some sort of on this issue, especially in the sectors relating to health. But what's really the future, I don't know. But I think the health, this also reflects, the point that I was making in my talk, that capacities in fundamental capacities in science and technology, they are important to leverage global change. So that's why these countries need to push it there also. Okay. Speaking.
so. Basically, I don't think I have a good answer for that, because it seems at this point the tension is strong on both sides, like on both the developing countryside and the developed countryside, and we don't have a clear-cut case of the BRICS being either one way or the other. So, and there is no clear convergence among their policies to the extent you find right now about the need to change, let's say, the need to establish their own pool of currencies or the need to establish their own development bank. So, in that sense, it's not a policy priority for the coalition, and in order for multilateral negotiations to come up with a major change of agenda, there needs to be a very strong coalition. So I think at this point the coalitional behavior is very difficult to organize in that particular issue area. And that's not going to be one of the first issue areas where the BRICS themselves will act. That being said, I'm also thinking continuously about the question of the strength of domestic corporate interests and to what extent domestic corporate interests influence policy in a certain area. So I spent some time looking at investment arbitration and the question of what happens. Before it was always a question what happens when you have foreign investors investing in emerging economies. But now when emerging economies are the ones investing abroad, are they basically playing the same game that they were playing when they were hosts, or are they changing the game? And again, when you look at all the 5 countries, China is basically right now signed up for all the investment arbitration, like for the dispute settlement body, World Bank's dispute settlement body. Then you have Brazil that's totally out. So you see the 5 countries going in completely different directions, with some favoring normative arguments, with some basically just saying we need to protect our corporate interests, and that's the way you protect them. In that sense, I think there is a question, of course, of patents. There is also a similar question of product standards. environmental standards, labor standards, and all of these issues will basically result in similar tensions, but all of these issues are the issues where coalitional behavior will be very difficult to achieve.
Interesting. Any other questions from the audience before I ask one more? One of the things that struck me, including the conversations on Turkey, is issues of national security, domestic security. This has come up in some recent events in Turkey. Certainly has come up in Russia, if you think of BRICS. China has some issues as well. And how does, if you include sort of Turkey in this conversation, how does that influence the future? So Turkey has its own challenges, some different, some similar, with its own domestic policy. What is the future of BRICS as a unit, or BRICS and Turkey as a unit, given the unique national security issues, or perhaps to a certain extent foreign policy issues that are coming up, and what impact does it have on the future? I know it's a very loaded question, it's a very unclear question, but I'm actually curious to hear how is it sort of changing the structure, or is it really not having any influence whatsoever? I'll start with you all.
Actually, these questions are very hard because it's about some politics, some international relations, everything. You should be aware about that. But actually, about national security, we had a problem in the southeast of Turkey for a recent time. But fortunately, for last 6, maybe 10 months, we don't have any, this violation or any, this fight there, because every month we are receiving some killings from soldiers and from this other groups. So, but now this conflict is being solved nowadays, as I see. But around the Turkey, Middle East, all countries, Iraq was since 1980s there is continuous war with this Iran, and after that United States invasion, then later now still within Iraq there are too many problems. Iraq is a neighbor of Turkey, so there are problems, of course, affecting the Turkey. And Syria is a new problem, but Syria is very, very close because we are like relatives. Because some cities south of Turkey are, very, very close. Some villages even divided into two. Some part in Syria. So 1 year ago we just crossed the border and travel. The shop. Everything was good, and there are meetings, other things, but now in last year maybe, there's a big problem actually. Too many refugees coming to Turkey from Syria, more than 1 million. It's not official, but as I know, it's very much, and not in the southeast of Turkey or around to Turkey. Even in Istanbul, we see too many refugees. Turkey is trying to support them, feed them, shelter them, trying to do everything what to be done to brother in the word of brotherhood. But it's a big load for Turkey in economy, But in terms of national security, even those there are very close countries have very big problems. Turkey is still very secure country, thanks God. Then the military, we are investing too much. Maybe it is one of the biggest armies in Turkey. So that in terms of innovation and concept, nowadays Turkey is planning to do its own plane, helicopters, other things, because all of them are imported. So especially from NATO ways. So that's a big problem for us, to spend too much budgets for security. But nowadays it's changing. There are some institutions working on that. That's special sponsorship on that. Whoever wants to develop their own technology, and the security and defense technology, supporting some projects are supporting on that. I don't know, but nowadays something is improving every day. Seems to be not bad, but still, if there is a fire next to you, then also you will affect from that. Not only that, we have very close countries like Libya. We have too good trade, and North, Ukraine also. We get good trade relations, international trade relations. So because of this gas, other things, we have affecting from them as well. All around that region, there are big conflicts. So I don't know. We hope it should be solved in very soon because of the humanitarian reasons. We don't want anybody to be killed in that. But anyway, this is not currently affecting the Turkish internal affairs. In Turkey, when we look at the internal, we have bigger problems like corruptions and other things. That's another issue. And because of that, there are some internal intelligence service laws to introduce in Turkey. That's the bigger problem, I think, bigger than others, because they are trying to maybe limit some independency of the individuals, like banning the Twitter, banning the Facebook, not Facebook, I don't know, maybe if I was here, if it's not, but YouTube and others. We have more structural problems in Turkey nowadays. But I don't know, I'm not politics, so I cannot make too much comments on that, but okay, and what else I can say?
So, in terms of security, I thought you meant armed conflict.
Armed conflict in general, sort of unease, issues that require both internal and external issues. I mean, Russia's case is in point, perhaps more so than other countries. And how does it influence BRICS relationships? And is there something that goes beyond sort of cooperation and economic development and sort of goes into the realm of foreign policy or domestic policy or governance and things like that? And what's the future of BRICS in the context of the new developments, certainly in Europe, perhaps in Asia as well?
Thank you. So, I mean, in terms of security, when you are looking at the BRICS themselves, some of them had more intention to cooperate on security than others, and it has been from day one with the BRICS the question whether India and China can cooperate within BRICS and actually commit to something together, given the security tension between the two. What happened is that with the Security Council reform, there have been efforts to reform the Security Council, so at least that there is some global mechanism that can step in cases of security threats. But the reform has been stalled for like a decade, and right now it doesn't look like at the global level that we have solutions that are actually adequate for current realities. Where I see improvement is in the regional solutions. There have been many regional organizations that engage in conflict prevention, that actually engage in peacekeeping. So on that front, I think we will see more of the mechanisms to resolve conflict under the global level. But ultimately, the question is to what extent each one of these countries will have an internal strength, because sometimes when one, like in scholarly debate, when one side of the story says like, oh, India is rising, this is happening, that is happening, then the other side is like, but Naxalite movements are spreading, it's internally, it may be like there is a growing number of wealthy people, but the distribution of wealth is not keeping up the pace, and there are a lot of movements under basically with this as an undercurrent that are making India less safe, or that are creating tensions. The question is ultimately the human security, and I think environment is a very big question, in particular for China. China had extreme levels of pollution, both Beijing and Shanghai. And this is something, when you think about the main security issue for an everyday person in China, and to what extent does it mean, like, all right, China is the new superpower, when you have people who exit their houses in Beijing and their children are not allowed to walk out, or you're not allowed to run, or something like that. So I think there is a question of on the one hand, what will happen at interstate level. I don't think we're done with interstate level. There was a decrease in armed conflict overall, but an increase in new security threats. But at the same time, I think about the countries like BRICS that are actually rising. There are a lot of security implications of inequality and growing inequality. And if this is not addressed, it's very hard to imagine sustainable development in any case, whether you look at a single country or you look at several countries together.
Well, one of the things that we know from the research and literature on innovation is that innovation really requires a social capital. You need to feel at ease to work with other people and other organizations to accomplish innovation. It's very difficult to do, at least to be a repeat innovator and to be a significant innovator in the long run if you have an arm's length mistrusted relationship with others. It just will not work out. So you need social capital, and that's a quite good lesson. And if you look at successful companies or successful countries, you'll realize quite quickly why is it really so. It's a very fundamental lesson for anybody who wants to accomplish innovation, to pay this good social capital is really required for innovation. And I have trouble to see that how some of the BRICS countries as they are, so how are they going to deal with that? I think the other thing is this whole constellation of the BRICS countries. It's kind of when I look at the evidence and I try to see that, okay, what's really keeping these countries together? Why are they together? So apart from the obvious political investment to be together, the common nominator for me is China. They all depend on China in some way or other. But I don't really see any significant relationships between Brazil and South Africa or Brazil and India. These are very limited. And when I look in my own area in science and technology or innovation, if I try to detect south-south flows of knowledge, there are some, but that's, very minuscule. They are growing, but, they start from pretty much from nothing, so they have a lot of room to grow. Much of the south-south interaction continues to be routed through the north. I mean, that's just the empirical evidence that I've seen. I'm happy to see, if you can give me something else, I'm happy to see it and think about it. So I really don't know what the future holds for the BRICS, how they will be getting together. I think the lesson is that a heavy political investment, is this going to be translated into people and organizations at the grassroots level to work together? That remains to be seen, really.
Questions from the audience, please. We have about 7-8 minutes. So.
My question is to Mr. Tayvan about his presentation. What I understand from the presentation is that especially the technology and the innovation doesn't have to close the global inequality, unfortunately. My question is there a place for the NGOs for closing this global inequality by using technology and innovation? And if there is there any best practice from these NGOs at global level?
Thank you for that question. Well, let me just first clarify that when I talk about inequality in my presentation, I really mean the inequality in terms of capacity to create new knowledge. That's the inequality that I'm describing in my presentation. It seems that the small share of the world population continues to generate the majority of new knowledge. Now, to the other part of the question about what's the role of NGOs, I think much of the problems that we are seeing, or the solutions that we are seeing that are working, they are really delivered by the private sector or through NGOs. If you look at the diffusion of mobile phones, it wasn't governments that were distributing mobile phones. It was the operators and the phone manufacturers. It was the private sector. If you look at the arrival of internet in most of the African countries and pretty much elsewhere, it's because of the private sector, and especially in the case of Africa, the public efforts to bring internet anywhere have been really stalled. It's been private sector. So I think that if we want to see innovation and we want to see development, private sector and especially the NGOs, they have a very important job to do, and they are already having a huge impact. So I'm very optimistic about that.
Any other questions? Yes.
So Mihaela, I was really interested in what you said about how regions don't always have to be defined by geography, and particularly in relation to BRICS, where the three biggest countries actually share one landmass, what that might mean for particularly Brazil and South Africa in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. So you mean in the context of the fact that they are, in a way, geographically
Not close.
Very distant.
very distant. So the way it plays out is that, for example, now they are negotiating where to put the development bank, and in a way, it would be nice if you had one continent that everybody was sharing, and it would be somewhere in the middle. I mean, you cannot do any of like adjustments like that in terms of how do you make a practical secretariat work. What I see with them is in the sense the perception of BRICS is more like it's something else than G8. It's not G8. It's like G8, but it's not imagined to be like a one single region. It's more imagined to be like a concert of regional powers. So one of the big things with adding South Africa was not that South Africa is in any case economically as powerful as the other ones, but that it can represent South Africa, that it can represent the continent. So in English School of International Affairs, there is this concept of regional power co-management, that actually regional powers will have a responsibility to co-manage the world order. And I think in the sense I think about BRICS in those lines. Where it becomes troublesome is when you try to implement real concrete initiatives. I think it's a very good idea, like that they decided to work toward the virtual secretariat, and that they are trying to do the virtual cooperation version of general cooperation. A lot of times they remind me of the EU, because at one point EU was unidentified political object, and this is exactly what BRICS are now, an unidentified political object. And with such objects, you never know which way they will take. But it was always a question, so Kissinger, was asking, like, when I want to call Europe, who do I call? And then finally, when Europe like started having its foreign policy, it was like, oh, this is the number. And the way I see it with BRICS is, if you want to call BRICS, who do you call? And I would say you don't call anybody, you send an email to the virtual secretariat. And this is as far as like geography is history as it goes.
So moving on to the next presentation in the second session, Ali Yursever from American Islamic College is here, and he's going to talk about current challenges to the higher education system in Turkey. So we heard a little bit about Turkey, we heard a little bit about higher education, so I think we'll put a few of those things together here. Is adapting US models the right solution?
Good afternoon. Actually, there are 2 more minutes to say good afternoon, but I can take the advantage of the time. I would like to first thank to the organizers of this conference, Tony, Mohammed, and Murat, for the invitation. And it's a good opportunity for me to see my old friends and making new friends here. My talk is going to be about the current challenges to the higher education system in Turkey. Is adapting US models the right solution? For today's talk, I will discuss some of the challenges and shortcomings of the Turkish educational system, the progress it has made in recent years, and the work that still needs to be done, particularly as compared to the US higher education system. As with the US, Turkey has both private and state-funded colleges with a 4-to-4 cycle leading to a BA, BS, MA, MS, and PhD degrees. There are also 2-year vocational schools leading to the equivalent of a terminal associate degree with the possibility of transfer as with the US. Entry to the undergraduate level of education is based on a combination of the GPA from secondary institution with the combined with scores from the 2-part university entrance exam, YGS and LYS. This is roughly parallel to the ACT and SAT scores in the US for undergraduate admission. Turkey has more than 2 million university students enrolled at all levels of higher education, excluding distance learning students. 500,000 of them are studying at higher vocational schools, while more than 1 million are registered for 4-year degree programs. This includes over 100,000 master's students and 40,000 PhD students. Of these students, 9% are studying at foundation or private universities. Challenges, progress, and opportunities. The snapshot of the higher education system in Turkey must necessarily be taken mid-flight and offers a very unique mixed progress, successes, and shortfalls. Let me continue by addressing the emerging opportunities that the higher education system enjoys here. In recent years, the Turkish higher education system has experienced a remarkable growth. The expansion in the higher education sector through the establishment of new universities, the opening of new programs, and the increasing number of incoming students should be recorded as an accomplishment. Since 2002, the government has decided to follow a policy of expansion in higher education that has resulted in new universities and community colleges across the country. As of today, there are 108 state universities and 71 foundation universities in Turkey. It seems that this trend will continue for some time to come, as applications for new foundation universities are also considered by the Council of Higher Education. There are many problems in higher education system in Turkey, as in many other emerging economies. Higher education should be expected to have a pioneer role in building the countries, but unfortunately in many non-developed countries it's not the case. Many of them just train students for them to be able to maintain the current standards of the country rather than giving it the vision to reach the higher standards. In this talk, I am going to present you the problems in higher education system in Turkey and then propose the remedies by comparing the system with the US higher education system. Now I would like to address a few of challenges faced by the Turkish higher education system. Let's start with a few facts. Graduation rates. According to a September 2012 article in World Education News and Review, WENR, Turkey has a graduation rate of 23% for university level programs, which is the third lowest among OECD countries, and 19% for shorter vocationally and professionally oriented programs, which is fifth highest among OECD countries. This compares to OECD averages of 39 and 11% respectively, and it was 23 and 19% in Turkey. These percentages are an indication of the number of people under the age of 30 years expected to complete tertiary programs in their lifetime based on current patterns of graduation. But while the US graduation rate compares very favorably to Turkey, it's declining in all areas. Listen to this country note about the US from the OECD report of 2011. WENR also reports on strong progress in terms of those same university level graduation rates, with increases of 6% in 1995 to 11% in 2005 and up to 20% in 2008. WENR continues. Of all tertiary graduates, 40% are currently from degree programs of less than 3 years, 51% from bachelor's programs, and 9% at the graduate level, mainly masters. The US is the only country where attainment levels among those just entering the labor market, 25 to 34 years old, do not exceed those about to leave the labor market, 55 to 64 years old. In other words, the US is failing to keep up with population growth and is thus facing a rather precipitous decline in real terms, which will become more pronounced as the US population ages and the baby boom generation retires from academia as well as from the workforce. The WENR report continues to state that the rate of graduation from tertiary education increased in the US from 42% in 2000 to 49% in 2009. But here too, the pace of the expansion has been more rapid in many other countries. On average across OECD countries, graduation rates have increased from 37% to 47%, with the statistics around Turkish rates have been mentioned earlier. Finances and financial aid. Universities are autonomous to determine their own curricula and degree award requirements. Undergraduate curricula tend to be specialized with limited elective courses as compared to US undergraduate programs. In terms of autonomy and accountability, a study sponsored by TÜSİAD, a volunteer organization of Turkish industrialists and businessmen, the responsibility of budget and administrative management must be transferred to university leaders if Turkish higher education is to take the next step forward. An especially important reform suggested by TÜSİAD is that state funds should be allocated to universities in a lump sum rather on a line item basis, as is now the case. This would enhance the autonomy of each university administration over educational content and further limit possible state meddling or the perception of meddling in university curricula. The US institutions of higher education generally receive a lump sum in terms of state support. In terms of financial aid to students, the general cost of a 4-year degree in the US is approximately $15,000 per year, or $60,000 for a BA or BS degree, for tuition, fees, room, board, books, and incidental expenses, according to the College Board. Much of the financial aid available to students is a patchwork of loans and need aid-based or merit-based scholarships, though the vast majority of this price tag is taken care of by student loans. Thus, US students leave college burdened with enormous financial debt, and there is a growing and rigorous debate about how much of this loan will be paid back through higher salaries before a student breaks even, and begins to see a monetary return of his or her own capital investment. Those who go on to a master's or PhD incur further debt, and according to Anthony Carnival, director of Georgetown University's Center on Education and the Workforce, those students tend to come from affluent families. According to Education Portal website, the U.S. Department of Education's National Center for Education Statistics, NCES, the average cost of doctorate degree at a public school in the 2007 and 2008 school year reached to $23,200 each year. Private school tuition during the same year rose to $35,800 annually. A typical doctoral program takes 5 full-time years to complete, bringing the total cost to $123,500 to $181,500 US, depending on whether attendance is at a public or private school. The cost of a 4-year degree in Turkey is in a range of 14 to 20,000 Turkish lira. For the degree, it's equal to 7 to 10,000 US. But this figure represents only the official costs. Typically, Turkish students win scholarship for almost all of the cost of tuition and may cover the rest of the expenses on scholarships as well, or buy low-interest loans that can be forgiven by the government in return for service, such as working in the lesser developed regions in Turkey for 2 years, depending on the degree. This obviously makes the cost of an education more easily affordable for the middle and working classes. The cost of master's programs and PhDs are typically completely covered for Turkish students studying in Turkey. Meritocracy in promotion and rewarding. There appears to be a strong culture of meritocracy in US institutions of higher education when academic tenure and promotions are considered. Often, tenure and promotions are granted or denied based on quantifiable criteria such as the quality and the number of scholarly articles published in peer-reviewed journals. Student feedback with quantifiable teaching scores that are also measured by institutional and department means and medians, conferences attended, and papers presented there, and in the case of the scientific disciplines, number of patents filed. Other academic performance such as collegiality and service has been seen by some groups and individuals self-labeled as outsiders as continuing to enforce discriminatory norms. While similarly quantifiable criteria exist in Turkish institutions of higher learning, they tend to be more fluid. This can thus allow for a more organic approach to tenure and promotion, but can also create the perception or the actual presence of cronyism, even political influence, as a significant factor in the decision-making process. Administration versus research. Culturally, academicians in the US tend to be more focused on research and seek prestige within their academic fields of endeavor via the aforementioned publications, conferences, etc. Whereas prestige in Turkey is more frequently equated with a post among the ranks of academic decision makers, such as department heads. When dealing with broad cultural generalizations, of course, one must be careful to understand the significant exceptions posed by individuals and groups within the higher educational framework. As Turkish higher education moves more solidly in the direction of supporting a strong role for research amongst its academic cadre, the ethos among Turkish academicians are becoming more closely aligned with their US counterparts. Some quick points. There are many more issues that are facing the Turkish higher education system, but I will begin to close my remarks in the interest of time. The following are a few other areas where Turkish higher education system has made strides and yet has some distance to travel, especially with regards to the standards set by the US. Hopefully, as Turkey and the emerging countries continue to mature their higher education structures and best practices, the US will maintain its gains and continue to grow in this area. Insufficient number of research papers and patent applications. Turkish universities are teaching-centered with sometimes heavy workloads, leaving little time for the kind of faculty research that has popular American universities to the top 100 list of quality research institutions. Establishing technology transfer offices, TTOs, and increasing the per capita research and development expenditure. Another issue is relevance of teaching content and research to the needs of society. The main teaching method at most universities reviewed is ex cathedra, and Turkey must work to promote independent problem solving, project-based learning, teamwork, and independent learning assignments, so as to be more effective in terms of transfer skills and work in the real world. This is from Suat's report. Quality and quality assurance. Gökhan Çetinsaya, President of the Higher Education Council of Turkey, states, "We have witnessed a significant growth in the higher education system. Now it's time to think carefully about the question of providing innovative education, conducting cutting-edge research, and producing first-class publications." It should be noted here that at this stage there is a healthy debate going on in Turkey about the quality assurance systems. Internationalization. Turkey is becoming a regional power and a global power, hence trade volume with the US, EU, and Africa are increasing. The education system must support Turkey's global competitiveness, and it must not only reverse a brain drain, but must become an international destination. In 2010 and 11, there were 31,174 foreign students in the Turkish education system, according to the data from the country's Student Selection and Placement Center, ÖSYM in Turkish. This represents a more than 100% increase since 2005 and 6, when there were only 15,481 foreign students at Turkish universities and colleges. When compared to the US, however, there's a ways to go. US, approximately 19% versus Turkey's 0.7%. Of it is half of it is coming from the Turkic republics. Promotion and marketing. Turkey could harness the power of some centralized agencies such as the YÖK and the Tourism Bureau to market Turkish universities abroad and encourage enrollment domestically, especially among targeted ethnic populations and demographic groups such as older students. As with the Turkish higher education system, we have covered a lot of ground, but there's a lot more we could have done. Thank you all for your patience and attention. Any questions?
I'll start. So, looking at Turkey's regional positioning, is there a model that applies more so to Turkey within Europe? So you looked at sort of the comparison with the US, but looking at Europe, what are the comparisons and what are some of the key features that are important because of regional proximity?
Would you paraphrase the question?
Yeah, so the question is that what kind of models are there out there in Europe that may be more relevant for Turkey as well, and how does the Turkish model compare with those? So you're comparing.
I'm not very familiar with European models. I know much about American model and Turkish model, but I don't know much about European model.
And the second question is.
But actually, the issues that I counted here. More research-oriented, for example, universities, more affordable. Actually, Turkey is one of the best country in terms of affordable higher education tuitions. But in terms of meritocracy, the promotions, according to the research and the quality of the teaching and research of the professors, it's important to note that I believe most of the European developed countries and US are in the same level, but Turkey is lagging behind of this. And the research is very problematic in Turkey. There are many metrics to make you promote to the associate professorship and the professorship in Turkey. But unfortunately, most of the professors are generally do it to be able to just promote, to be promoted, not for the sake of promoting the level of the quality of the country. And also the content of the curriculum is problematic and does not change according to the needs of the current technology. In the United States, for example, you can see the developments and the improvements when there is, for example, a technological advancement and technological improvement in many areas. You can easily adapt it to the universities or to the curriculum. And this is the same for when you have some changes in the curriculum, it's adapted to the technology of the country very easily and in a very fast pace. But in Turkey, that pace is a little slow.
And in my interaction with some of my Turkish colleagues, there is a sense that there is more emphasis on applied research than fundamental research. And so how is that balance addressed? And looking into the future, is there going to be more emphasis on things that have, let's say, impact on society, and impact here is measured in the form of companies and patents and those things like that, as opposed to sort of more fundamental research? And how is the Turkish model looking at those questions?
Actually, as I mentioned in my talk, the Turkey counterparts are looking at the US model very closely right now. And since the world is globalized and became like a small village, and there are many technological and know-how transfer from United States to Turkey, I believe in the future Turkey is more gonna emulate the system in the United States, so that there will be more researches on applied sciences as well as theoretical sciences. But the problem in the recent years actually started in the recent years. The number of universities, as I mentioned, increased dramatically in Turkey. So that's why there's a big need of teachers and professors in the University of Turkey. So many universities do not have a chance even to choose from many academicians and very qualified academics. So they accept almost everybody who finished their PhD degrees, especially in the United States or in Europe, in quality universities. So I believe it will take some years to come to the level, not to the level, but at least to try to emulate the system in the United States in terms of research and technology transfer.
Please, and introduce yourself as well as you go to the mic. Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. My question will be related to Turkey, but not necessarily restricted to Turkey, maybe like overall about the education system and changes and challenges on that. So as you mentioned, there are some challenges, but at the same time, the changes or the fixes to those challenges, the solutions to those challenges in the education industry, especially in the higher learning industry, seems like more problematic than in other industries. For instance, in Turkey, there was a financial crisis in 2001. Right afterwards, there were a lot of structural institutional reforms, and later Turkish financial institutions, the banking sector at least, has become one of the strongest that weathered the crisis in 2008 and 2009 in the global economy. But when we come to like higher learning institutions, like even in the United States, maybe, if you like to see a change, it seems to me like it is very much slower the pace, as you mentioned before, is very slow when you want to institute a change. And also back to your point about the higher council called YÖK in Turkey governing the institute, like the universities. So it seems like there is a dilemma there. If you give too much power to those higher governmental regulatory institutions, to give them the power to change these institutions, to institute the change, you are destroying the university's autonomy. And you're not following like a US success model in that sense, because US model is based on giving more autonomy to the universities. Whereas if you give too much autonomy to the universities, I'm afraid in universities who would be willing to make the change that's necessary. So how do you see this dilemma? So in a short term, is it possible that the challenges can be like addressed and solutions can be provided? It's more of a political question, but I want to see.
Actually, the problem is more solved in private universities compared to the public universities, because in private universities the competition is more done, and private universities have tried to attract more qualified professors and more qualified students to be able to achieve bigger success. That's why the rules and regulations must be set very well so that the old people in the universities would not prevent you to go beyond some success and beyond some points and to improve yourself. And also at the same time, the young generation will have a chance to make the changes in the universities. So this is actually in the bylaws of the universities. But when you ask about the privatization, giving more power to the university administration, I'm very much for it. Because generally it is easier to change small institutions than the big institutions, which is the government, which is the public. And there are lots of discussions going on in different areas when you want to make any changes in public universities. There are so many people who have to say about that. That's why I strongly recommend giving more power to the university administrations and the privatization of the universities and hiring more young generation, but keeping very experienced people, but preventing them to prevent the success or the improvement of the university. When we look at the political system in the United States, and when I compare it to the economies, the emerging economies and undeveloped countries, I see many good points in the United States. The founding fathers set up very good rules and regulations at the beginning of the country, this building in 1776 maybe. So nobody would dare to change these rules and regulations. If it can be done in the university and higher education system as well, I believe that will also work. And we see that it worked in the United States, because when you look at the best 500 universities in the world, around 300 of them are located in the United States. This shows the success of the United States. Generally, the American people tend to criticize their countries, but I strongly advise them to look at other countries and compare their countries with others so that they will understand the beauty and the goodness of their rules and regulations. For example, in recent years, recent months actually, when what we witnessed in Turkey's economic political system, I really appreciate the rule of two-term presidency in the United States, because when you allow the president to go to the third term, he or she becomes dictator, as we see in Turkey right now. So even, for example, George Washington, as far as I know, when he was advised to go the third term, he did not accept that. He said, we cannot ruin the rules and regulations that we set up. And for example, Bill Clinton was a very successful politician, and if, for example, there was a chance, he could easily be chosen as the third term, but he did not. And that's why the rules and regulations are very important to preserve, and it should not be ruined and destroyed for anybody. So this is what I see in the United States, and not only in political system, but also in higher education system. So in the emerging countries, in emerging economies, third world countries and developing countries have a lot of steps to go, but America is a good example for most of them.
Thank you.
No further questions. Let's thank our speaker and move on to our last speaker for this session. Thank you so much.
All right. Fantastic. Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. And first, some thanks are in order for organizing this and allowing me to participate. I'd like to thank the Pardee Center, I guess now school, the Peace Islands Institute, Pardee Center Director Tony Janettos, Peace Island CEO Murat Kaval, Task Force Convener Mohammed Zaman, and Cynthia Barakat for inviting me. Today I'm going to discuss innovations and leadership of emerging economies in the area of health. And first I want to preface my comments by suggesting that the concept of innovation we've been talking about needs to be widened a little bit if we're talking about healthcare. Still, investments in R&D are important. Still, filings and patents are important. But what I want to suggest to you is that some of the most interesting work in the area of expanding access to healthcare and medicine is taking place outside of these areas. Still important, but things like promoting knowledge and awareness of trade flexibilities in the area of health, disseminating knowledge and best practices around countries' experiences expanding healthcare access, and more broadly, health activism in the dominant economic order. And emerging economies have been particularly active and assertive in these areas. And so I'm going to share with you some of their stories. But first, a bit about me. So I'm a sociologist here at BU. One of the things I study is this growing global movement towards universal health care coverage in the developing world. And this is kind of surprising for a number of reasons. Obviously, medical expertise, often scarce in the industrializing world. Healthcare costs are rising. It's already very expensive. And yet we're finding a number of countries around the world, including Turkey, Mexico, Brazil, Thailand, that have made commitments in the last couple of decades towards universal coverage. And in fact, though many of you, I suspect, don't know this, in December of 2012, some 90 co-sponsors at the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution in support of universal coverage. It was non-binding, but I think symbolically very important and really raised visibility around this issue. But this resolution didn't come out of nowhere. It came on the heels of a lot of other international interest in this area. A lot of funding going into strengthening health systems and the movement towards universal coverage by the Rockefeller Foundation. The US-based think tank, Council on Foreign Relations, calls universal coverage the new global health agenda. Washington-based think tank Results for Development founded the Joint Learning Network for Universal Health Coverage, trying to promote South-South cooperation around this issue. And emerging economies like Thailand and Mexico have been instrumental in trying to convene forums that have promoted discussion of these issues. Okay, but that's my work. I want to move to the emerging economies themselves. And so, some of the reason why you're here is in some ways obvious. The BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, collectively represent about 26% of the world's geographic area, 43% of the world's population, and more than 20% of the world's economic output. Two of these nations, Russia and China, hold permanent seats on the UN Security Council. And it's increasingly well known that due to their emerging power status, BRICS nations are beginning to throw their weight around in global affairs. So in 2010, BRICS leaders declared a deadline for World Bank and IMF reform. And I quote, "The IMF and World Bank urgently need to address their legitimacy deficits. We call for voting power reform of the World Bank to be fulfilled in the upcoming spring meetings." But what about in the area of health? how have the BRICS nations used local innovative capacity to solve local development problems, and then turn that focus outward to global engagement with less developed countries. So a lot to share today, and I'm going to try and draw out an interesting and varied picture depending on the country we look at. I refer to BRICS Plus in the presentation title since I want to acknowledge the role that emerging economies outside of just the narrow BRICS nations are playing in this. Since I do a lot of work on Thailand, I'll be bringing that story in, but you'll get a chance to hear about a few different stories. So first, I want to talk a bit about BRICS collectively and their global influence on health affairs and the new role that they're playing before I step into the individual country's story. So since Jim O'Neill from Goldman Sachs coined the term BRICS in 2001, there's been a number of interesting and substantive collective developments by the BRICS countries in the area of health. So India, Brazil, and South Africa formed the IPSA Dialogue Forum in 2003 to advocate for greater global equity in trade and development. Health was one of 17 working groups established within it. Here you can see a picture of Prime Minister Singh, Presidents Lula and Mbeki pictured here. Brazil was also joined by BRICS members South Africa, as well as France, Indonesia, Norway, Senegal, and Thailand in launching the Foreign Policy and Global Health Initiative in 2006 that led to the development of the Oslo Declaration in 2007, which committed countries to make an impact on health, a defining lens that each of the countries would use to examine key elements of foreign policy and development strategies. And this essentially helped bring ministries of foreign affairs more squarely into the global health arena. Now, in 2009, leaders from BRICS nations minus South Africa, which was added in 2011, began to meet at a series of annual summits. However, it was not until the third summit in 2011 in China that health was mentioned in the summit declaration. So it wasn't there originally, but at that summit, BRICS nations declared, "We underscore our firm commitment to strengthen dialogue and cooperation in the field of social protection, decent work, gender equality, youth and public health, including the fight against HIV/AIDS." And that summit also entertained the first ever health ministers meeting to discuss and coordinate positions on issues of common interest, as well as to identify areas of cooperation for public health. At that time, they produced something called the Beijing Declaration, which declared, among other things, that public health is an essential element for social and economic development and should be reflected accordingly in national and international policies. That the major challenge facing us is how to provide health care to millions of people, in particular among the most vulnerable segments of our populations. And finally, we agree to establish and encourage a global health agenda for universal access to affordable medicines and health commodities. Subsequently, in the next year's meetings, the term health was mentioned not one but 7 times in the summit declaration. And perhaps most importantly, BRICS nations are beginning to put their money where their mouth is with respect to providing development aid. While their contributions to multilateral initiatives like the Global Fund are still relatively meager, and their aid levels relative to G7 countries remain comparatively small, except in the case of China. Between 2005 and 2010, aid levels in these countries have grown significantly faster, while those of advanced countries have been much slower. So this is an interesting graph that shows the overall level of development aid, so 31 billion in the U.S., just below that. Japan, obviously, the amounts here in the BRICS nations much smaller, but the interesting thing here to note is the growth rates. So the growth rates annually per year is just a little over 1%. In the U.S., not even that. In Japan, and here in the BRICS nations, we're looking at over 20% annually growth in aid, international development assistance, 30-something% in Russia. Huge difference. So while still small relative to the advanced industrial nations, a real change that we're seeing. So BRICS aid will not replace Europe or the U.S. in the near future, but its significance is growing, and I just want to make that clear. All right, so BRICS countries are at a transitional moment in their development. They're still receiving aid from countries and blocs like Europe, though that amount is declining, and an EC plan led to the graduation of Brazil, India, and China from bilateral aid recipient to a new kind of partnership in 2011. That's actually being implemented this year. The BRICS in general define partnership and development and cooperation in a bit different way than the sort of north-south model we've seen before, and this came out in some of the presentations, preferring cooperation without conditionality, learning from one another, information dissemination. And in health, the countries have relied on innovative capacities for local development and mobilized different strengths for global engagement. I'll talk about some of those different strengths in the different country cases. So first, let's look at Brazil. And first I'm going to consider the role that some of Brazil's local institutions of higher education and research institutions have played in getting the country to the place we just discussed as an emerging power in global health diplomacy. First, through engagement at the local level in local development issues, and then later taking the stage on in the world sphere. Right, so first the role of institutions of higher education in local development. So from the mid-60s to mid-80s, Brazil languished under dictatorship, and during that period, health care was limited to the military and largely to workers in the formal sector. Healthcare access was unequal and available to generally the rich and the privileged. However, seated largely in universities and state-level government posts, an activist public health movement comprised of public health professionals called the Sanitaristas formed, which drew inspiration from Italy's Riforma Sanitaria and liberation theology. In 1976, the movement founded the Center for Brazilian Health Studies as a bulwark against the military regime, whose policies were often denounced in Center's influential Study and Debate journal. And the Brazilian Association for the Study of Collective Health was founded in 1979. Both organizations were academic as well as political, and many, if not most, sanitaristas were communists. So with the transition to democracy in 1985, the Sanitaristas played a key role in enshrining principles of equity and universalism in the new 1988 Constitution that guaranteed the right to health. And this set guidelines for a universal healthcare system that was initiated some 2 years later. While implementation of that system was slow, and the system's needed refinement over time to live up to its promise, it has meant that healthcare coverage has been extended from 30 million to some 190 million, and some 80% of the Brazilian population rely on it. It's essentially the largest universal health coverage program in the world. The Sanitaristas played such a role in this at a time when Brazil had the largest foreign debt in the world. The country was undergoing hyperinflation, and essentially health spending, real health spending was plunging between 1989 and 1993, makes this achievement even more remarkable. But academic professionals not only played a role in local development through the push for universal health care, they also worked with the AIDS movement and put a great deal of pressure on government to make good on the promise of the new Constitution's right to health and deliver free access first to AZT to help slow the progression of the HIV/AIDS virus in 1991, and then later in efforts to press the government to provide combination therapy in 1996 that actually stopped the HIV/AIDS virus in its tracks and essentially made it a manageable chronic illness. The announcement of AZT prevention in 1991 had a major developmental impact on the country. First, it led to a 49% jump in reporting of HIV infections in just 1 month. So people realized it was okay. They could come out. There might be something there for them if they did. But implementation of the program was notably slow, and by 1994, just 14% of patients in need were receiving AZT. By 1998, however, after the law for combination antiretroviral therapy was put into place. Some 56,000 were on the drugs, and Brazil was coming to be regarded as a model for treatment in the developing world, if an unusual one. Brazil's aggressive treatment strategy helped the government stave off projections that the country would entertain some 1.2 million cases of HIV/AIDS by 2004. Instead, not only was that scenario avoided, the country saved some $2 billion in medical costs between 1996 and 2004 due to treatment. These efforts have been led by research institutions and academics in them in such places as Fundação Oswaldo Cruz, or the Oswaldo Cruz Foundation, known in Brazil as Fiocruz. This is attached to Brazil's Ministry of Health and is the most prominent science and technology health institution in Latin America. Santa Teresa's have also played a key role in advancing knowledge about intellectual property rights related to health, and I'll get into more about this shortly. So shifting from local development, and I think those are significant advances in local development if our focus is on expanding access to healthcare and medicine, to global engagement. So Brazil has not just kept these contributions to expanding access to health and medicine to itself. It's been recognized as a global leader in the AIDS response and model for the world. And it's certainly taken its act abroad in these cases. So the majority, though, of Brazil's 150 international health cooperation activities have taken place in the last 5 to 10 years. So their engagement is relatively new, but some project that that engagement could amount to some $4 billion a year soon. Of all the agencies carrying out international development assistance in Brazil, the Ministry of Health has the largest budget, and within the Ministry of Health, the International Affairs Office manages agencies' contributions to, which manages agencies' contributions to global health projects. The lion's share of international cooperation is carried out by Fiocruz, which I mentioned earlier. So what does Fiocruz do? Well, here's one example. They authorized $8 million to help establish an actual plant in Mozambique with Fiocruz staff training technicians to develop antiretroviral drugs, generic versions of those drugs for local populations there. They have a vaccination plant in Manguinhos that was built in 2001. It's one of the largest vaccination manufacturing centers in Latin America. It produces vaccinations for yellow fever, smallpox, TB, measles, meningitis, and serves the needs of the Brazilian public, but also sells its surplus internationally. In 2008, it provided yellow fever vaccine to PAHO's revolving fund and helped stem an outbreak in Paraguay and Argentina. It also works with Caribbean and African countries on how to prepare successful grant applications to the Global Fund. Brazil's also played an active role in global health diplomacy by advocating for greater recognition of trade flexibilities in WTO agreements. Making sure that countries know that in public health emergencies they have the right to issue something called compulsory licenses that allow countries to produce or import generic drugs without the consent of the patent holder. And of course, there is an amount that they pay for to the companies for doing that, but this is a right guaranteed to them under WTO law, and it's something that when these issues were coming up in the early 2000s, there wasn't much knowledge about, so Brazil has played an active role in helping to further knowledge about that. At the World Health Assembly in 2009, it led efforts to ensure that H1N1 products would be available to all countries. In general, the country has a belief that health protection should outweigh trade, and countries should be able to take advantage of these flexibilities in trade law and public health emergencies. Brazil and India have worked together at the WHO and other forums on issues related to generic production and imported medication and IP rights more generally. They blocked a controversial resolution by the European Commission and the WHO-funded International Medical Product Anti-Counterfeiting Task Force, for example. And they've also been involved in establishing innovative health financing mechanisms to try and further access to antiretroviral drugs and drugs that can help combat TB and malaria as well. So Unit Aid was something that they helped found with France and other countries, and this essentially pools money from levied taxes on airplane tickets and also receives some money from contributions from governments and one foundation. By the end of 2011, Unit Aid had raised some $1.6 billion and helped provide access to drugs to some 70,000 children living with HIV. All right. It's also shared information on its successes and challenges in providing universal access to healthcare and its unified health system with other nations, including Peru, Ecuador, and South Africa. All right, so let's shift and look at another country. India has a very different story, and it's something of a paradox. So incredibly low public health spending and poor health indicators in a lot of areas. So not a whole lot to cheer about in terms of local development and at least in the area of health in India, but because of its science and technology research capacity, it's become something of a world player, particularly in the area of pharmaceuticals. And here I can particularly note the private sector. So we've just spent a fair amount of time talking about the government-academic nexus in Brazil, and here I think the private sector really comes up as an important institution of research and capacity building and innovation. So the world's largest democracy, at least in health, is a land of haves and have-nots. Some 75% of healthcare services and investments are by the private sector. And at the same time, however, there have been recent efforts to expand healthcare coverage. So a major healthcare coverage initiative called RSBY was started in the private sector and then was funded by the government. And this aims to provide health care to all Indians below the poverty line through a program that provides $700 in health insurance for just 7 cents a year to recipients. So currently the program covers about 40 million people around the world and is steadily expanding. It has its problems, but it's something that other countries are taking note of. But India's real contribution in the private sector and innovation is not in private health insurance, but in the production of medicines. And here I want to share with you this graph. Right, so this graph essentially, I think, really tells the story of how India's role among the BRICS is somewhat unique. So this is each of these lines is between 2006 and 2010. There's 2 bars for each. The bar on the left is imports. The bar on the right is exports. And in each of these countries, except for India, what we see is imports in pharmaceuticals is much, much higher than exports. So in Brazil, in China, in Russia, way out pacing in Russia, and also in South Africa. But India is quite different. Huge exporter, which has led some to call India the drugstore for the world. And in fact, the country produces some 60 to 70% of vaccinations procured by UN agencies to meet basic vaccination requirements for children. The country has also helped build capacity in Nepal and Maldives and Afghanistan, where the African-India Framework for Cooperation helps build capacity and train medical professionals for dealing with epidemics. So this is a picture on the left of the well-known Indian pharmaceutical company Cipla. And it's one of the world's largest generic pharmaceutical companies with a presence in over 170 countries around the world. Its founder, said to have been inspired by Gandhi, set up Cipla to make India self-sufficient with respect to pharmaceuticals. And in 2001, the company pioneered the access to HIV treatment by making antiretrovirals available at less than $1 a day. And this put a lot of pressure on international pharmaceutical companies to bring down the cost of treatment from about $12,000 per patient per year to about $300 per patient per year, and essentially caused a revolution in HIV treatment that helped save the lives of millions. Let's move on. South Africa. And first again, I'll start looking at the role of higher education research institutions, academics, and local development. And then later I'll move to global engagement. So like Brazil, South Africa had a strong movement of activist public health professionals fighting a regime that was essentially unsympathetic to the cause of health equity under apartheid. But unlike Brazil, this movement had less of a foothold in the government bureaucracy. It was more firmly entrenched in academic institutions and as health providers at the local level. These academics formed the National Progressive Primary Healthcare Network in the 1980s, which aimed to improve access to basic health care in spite of the neglect of the apartheid government. It also helped develop the country's national AIDS program. So these academics also were responsible for issuing some of the earliest calls for national health insurance or national health service before the transition to apartheid, or from apartheid to democracy in the early 90s. And the Center for Health Policy, in particular, at the University of Witwatersrand, promoted efforts to make South Africa's healthcare system more unified and integrated through institution of one of these systems. That center has increasingly been an important focal point for health activism and explicitly worked to promote equity, democracy, and universalism in its work. And many of the doctors in Center for Health Policy and health economists working there have been active members of the National Medical and Dental Association, which during apartheid stood in opposition to the Medical Association of South Africa, which was a sort of tool or in cahoots with the apartheid government. And many of the academics at the Center for Health Policy and in the University of Cape Town would go on to play a leading role in health financing discussions once Mandela took office and the Mbeki governments took place. A number of them have been important figures in the broader academy and health economics. Lucy Jolson, Di McIntyre, among others. And while the country had certainly a sordid history related to the Mbeki government's denial of HIV/AIDS, the situation has improved dramatically since that government left power, and progressive academics from these institutions have played a prominent role in both criticizing the administration when it was in power and moving in a different direction once it wasn't. So the expertise in these different institutions was used to advocate for widening access to healthcare in other countries. The work of South African scholars like Lucy Jolson showed evidence of the detrimental effects of user fees at the point of service as a deterrent to access to health services by the poor. Since that time, their work has gone on to explore equity challenges in health systems in other countries in Africa, including Ghana and Tanzania, through the SHIELD project. And within the broader IPSA Dialogue Forum, South Africa has taken responsibility for TB research, Brazil, malaria, and India, HIV. And sadly, as we know, given the strong co-infection rate between TB and HIV and the incidence of multi-drug resistant and extra drug resistant TB in South Africa, this would seem to be an unfortunate comparative advantage in the country, which has 0.7% of the world's population, but some 17% of the HIV infected population in the world. The KwaZulu-Natal Research Institute for TB and HIV is housed in the South Africa's hardest hit province by the epidemic, and was established in 2009 with the potential, and has the potential to become a global leader in basic science research on TB and HIV. And the institution is a partnership between the University of KwaZulu-Natal and Howard Hughes Medical Institute. And it's working to expand the research capacity of scientists throughout Africa. So some good signs since the fall of the Mbeki government. So we'll ask a couple words on Thailand, which is a country I know well. I've spent about 3 years there, and sometimes I've gotten to know the healthcare system in Thailand a little bit more than I might like, having dealt with some infectious diseases and surgeries there myself. Thailand was the fastest growing economy in the world between 1985 and 1995, and it's become a recognized leader in South-South engagement in health in the industrializing world. And in fact, it has a universal coverage system that has become something of a model for the developing world, despite having a GDP lower than Brazil's at the time that it was instituted. So like Brazil and South Africa, there was a strong activist movement of public health professionals, both in the pharmacy schools and in medical schools in Thailand dating back to the 1970s. These groups were supported by international organizations like WHO, UNDP, and World Bank to help them learn as aspiring bureaucrats in the ministry about issues like health economics and health financing, so that when they managed the state's health insurance programs, they might be able to make better evidence-based decisions. These international organizations also sponsored training abroad for master's programs, although most had gotten medical degrees from prestigious medical schools in Thailand, and provided them with forums which to engage one another and nourish ideas about health equity and universalism, and also expand their research capacity. Now, government university forums on health insurance and technology began to sort of take off in the 1980s and early 1990s. Before that, the capacity in health economics was essentially very minimal in Thailand, and this was something those IOs helped to build, but health economics itself was something of an emergent field. So the Center for Health Economics, it was established at the country's most prestigious university in 1990. A social administration pharmacy unit was established at Chulalongkorn University in 1991 and in Mahidol in 1992. And the government has since built on those initiatives and established its own different programs for doing things like assessing the cost effectiveness of health interventions, health intervention technologies for possible use in its universal coverage program. Over that. This is a card from talking about local development. This is a sample card of that one could use to access Thailand's universal coverage program. This is a picture of how the reform, how the picture of state, how the picture of health coverage looked before and after Thailand's 2000 reform. Essentially, two different existing state programs were consolidated, and coverage was extended to the 32% of the population that lacked it before. This is kind of profound if you think about it. In our own country, we just had a major reform, but half that proportion of the population was uncovered. In Thailand, tackled something much more as a much more resource-constrained country. So a few last comments about Thailand. I mentioned its burgeoning capacity to explore the cost effectiveness of health intervention technologies. There's a government office now called HITAP, the Health Intervention and Technology Assessment Program. Its capacity has been building over the years. You can see the number of international and domestic publications really taking off right around what I talked about earlier in the early 90s, and they're just going upwards and ever upwards into the mid-2000s. And that's, of course, been really important if you have a universal health coverage program for understanding how you can meet patient demands, but do so cost effectively. Thailand's also been a leader in global engagement, working with countries ranging from China to South Africa to Brazil on best practices and lessons learned from its experience as a model universal coverage program. And this is one of the economic architects of that program. So it's helped advise other BRICS nations like South Africa, which piloted its own national health insurance program in 2012, and it's worked with China on a number of its recent reforms. Then some of you may have heard about Dr. Christina Crescentu. She had helped really develop the country's government pharmaceutical organization, which develops generic drugs for use in Thailand's universal coverage programs. And essentially, she left that post in 2002 after developing an AIDS cocktail for use in Thailand and other countries. And she went to Africa to help found research capacity to do just that in Africa. And she says life-saving drugs should be affordable to all. So a few conclusions from my talk, which is I think a little bit non-traditional when we think about what innovation means, particularly with respect to visions of innovation as investment in research and technology, basically filing and protecting patents, and promoting export of those things. In the area of health and expanding healthcare access, it means something a bit broad, but a lot of these research institutions in these different countries have played a critical role in helping to expand access through the different kinds of innovative programs that I mentioned. So a number of major economies are playing a major role in impacting healthcare. I didn't get to mention China or Russia, but they've certainly played their part. Their impact is probably is a product of capacity of their major research institutions, both on the government side and on the private side, working with researchers in universities. And further innovation will be needed, obviously, to meet emerging challenges as there is this global movement towards universal coverage and it continues. All right, thanks for your time. Please go ahead. Yeah, please.
Okay. Okay, so you mentioned about India and how Indian case was different in terms of being an exporter of pharmaceuticals rather than importer. So I made an assumption there that they were more innovative. I think it may be a safe assumption compared to other emerging economies.
Okay.
So if that's the case, and if we can attribute this success in being more innovative and basically exporting a lot of pharmaceuticals worldwide to less government-funded healthcare but more privatized healthcare industry. If that's a safe assumption as well.
That's the implication.
Okay, if that's the assumption, then my question would be, what would be some policy implications for other emerging economies? And related to that, if we think that less government-funded healthcare would be better for countries like Brazil, Turkey, and others, which were successful in the last decade, as you said, with government-funded changes in the health reform. Isn't there a threat that, like we see the U.S. example, extreme privatization and then the rising costs of the healthcare, which is like another problem there? So
right. All right. So a few different things. So many things come to mind. And thank you for the question. I think any of these countries we look at would suggest the lesson would be that the private sector has a role to play. And certainly in Brazil and in Thailand's universal coverage programs, the private sector is a contractor of services for these programs. So even in the provision of healthcare services, the private sector is there. And I don't think that officials there would argue that. I think it's an interesting implication you're trying to draw, although I wouldn't agree with that implication. That India's story is one about innovation happening because of the private sector, and so that should lead us to sort of kill the public sector in healthcare provision. I think these are two different sectors. I think they're related, and I think that they each have a role to play with one another. Certainly there are lessons to be learned from India's experience, but there are lessons to be learned from Brazil's as well, where it's had a stronger sort of public element, or public hand in pharmaceuticals, and more of a sort of bridge relationship between the public and private sectors. So I hesitate to draw that conclusion, but I think it's an interesting one that you bring up.
So is it more the educational system, the differences in the education system that makes a sharp contrast between India and other countries in terms of the output?
Honestly, I don't know. So I'm kind of grappling with some of these questions myself, and I don't have an answer to that. But it's certainly an interesting figure that kind of makes you want to dig into that a bit more. I didn't get to say anything about it, but Turkey's system is also one of these that has been driving interest in universal coverage. And since I'm here at a Peace Islands Institute sponsored event, I think it's worth me acknowledging that.
So, Joe, please go ahead.
From PIA. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the great presentation, Mr. Harris. My question is that, first of all, especially affordable universal health care is a great sentence. but there are some challenges. As you know, one of the main challenges is the drug lobby. Just in 2012, the drug lobby spent nearly $2,3 billion for lobbying. And my question is that, is there national, international organizations or institutions that can balance the benefits and interests of the drug lobbies and the public benefits?
Okay. Great question. So I'll say a couple things. So one of the things I do, and sort of side hat of mine, is I serve as a consultant to the World Bank on the political economy of universal coverage. And in that project, we look at 11 different countries, ranging from low to high income. And so France to Bangladesh, for example. And so as you might imagine, there's a range of models out there. And my own research, I look at, I compare South Africa, Thailand, and Brazil in their efforts to institute universal coverage. One of the things that came up interestingly in my interviews in South Africa and in Thailand was that both countries wanted to avoid the American healthcare nightmare. That was actually their words, not mine. So if anything, I think often there are models that can be learned, not necessarily from the US, if from the US maybe what to avoid, but both developing nations and developing nations. So for example, on the issue of how to keep costs down and balance the interests of the pharmaceutical industry, providers who we all know play a big role in healthcare systems. Countries like Japan have instituted fairly heavy-handed practices of having negotiations that take place every 2 years that essentially bring the ministry together with these different interest groups and talk what should be the next reasonable price for a CAT scan, for an MRI, and they negotiate everything. And it's essentially led Japan to use a lot more technology than we do here in the States, but also at a fraction of the cost. And so it's kind of remarkable. And so I think that if we dig down deep into the way that different healthcare systems do it, like Japan, France has its own way, then we can learn something about how to do it more cost effectively. Because I can tell you that one of the big lessons of universal coverage around the world, developed or developing country, is that costs are always an issue. And that's just a fact of life. And you want to learn what you can from others about how to deal with that.
So with that, I think we'll thank Joe once again for a wonderful presentation, and lunch is here, and then
First of all, I'm going to do something that I'm going to borrow your first question from the last session, really, but I have then individual questions to you. And I think one of the things would be nice to ask you that, well, what do you really think, what does the future hold for the BRICS, or developing and emerging economies, especially in terms of their higher education systems and the innovation systems? But then I think also, and I would like you, Muhammad, to be the last one to answer, because I have a special question for you also. I would like you to already start to maybe put together some of the key lessons you have got from today's talks. But with this, maybe we start from the far end and proceed towards to you, please.
I don't have too much idea about BRICS educational health system. But in terms of Turkey, if you ask me how it can contribute to development, as I said in my talk, we are expecting Turkey higher education system is growing, and that growth will contribute to the health system and also other major areas of the developments in Turkey. I think this is the same for all emerging economies, but I always tell that universities must have the pioneer role in improving all fields of improvements and developments in the country. But unfortunately, in most undeveloped countries, it's not the case so far. It's my brief response.
Great. Thanks for the question. So I think a number of things. It seems to me that based on the evidence we have so far, the BRICS countries are going to continue to assert themselves and flex their muscle, not only in health, but in development and trade issues, and we should, for all practical purposes, expect to see that in the next 10 to 20 years. What the real question to me that I think I don't have a good answer for is what to do about confronting these paradoxes that exist within the BRICS as a collectivity, but also within the individual nations. So a country like China confronting such deep inequality, one could say that about Brazil or India as well, or South Africa for that matter. How are these countries going to handle those kinds of inequalities and advocate evenly for specific kinds of policies that might confer benefits to some of their population and not others? Also, issues of patents, as I mentioned in my question to you. At some point, it seems to me such a deep contradiction is going to emerge that they'll be, on the one hand, protecting patents that, for whatever reason, are very important to individual countries, and having to break some that really put them into open conflict, either with other countries or with commerce entities within their own countries. So I think that these kinds of paradoxes are going to really challenge BRICS nations individually and collectively, and it's not at all clear what that, to me, is going to mean for their continued assertiveness in the future.
Thanks, Hans. I think a couple of things, and let me answer this question in a broader sense, not only in the context of BRICS, but Turkey and other emerging economies. There's certainly a lot of talk these days about Nigeria and Africa, Mexico and Latin America, perhaps Indonesia and Southeast Asia. And the term BBC used was MINT, Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey, for lack of a better term. I think there are a couple of things. First of all, perhaps a huge issue here is what is the driver of innovation, right? So, and if the driver of innovation is your higher education institution, then where is the emphasis on quality? So there are two schools of thought there. The first one says, well, quality will come once there's a tremendous amount of pressure, and if you create enough universities, some will emerge to the top, and to remain at the top, they have to incorporate quality. The other group says, no, hold on for a second, that's not true. What you need to do is emphasize quality no matter what, and then they will maintain quality and others will want to emulate. So there are two schools of thought, and I think it's unclear what's going to happen with either of them. As you can see, certainly it's in the case with India, to a certain extent with China, less so with China, but certainly with India, and also with Brazil, is that there is a tremendous gap in the quality of higher education in the country, and even the best institutions would often have a challenge with maintaining a certain level of quality. In India, for example, the classic case is that they have tremendous emphasis on good undergraduate education, but when it comes to higher education and research, the IITs are not there. The IITs are great at producing great scholars who end up at places in Boston or elsewhere. They are not the places where people do their PhDs. So why is that, right? So why is that quality missing? And I think the same goes to China as well. Less so, there are still good pockets at Tsinghua, that Chinese Academy of Sciences, at Peking University, but also these issues are of tremendous importance. So when we talk about gap, the gap and inequality is not just in society in terms of the rich and the poor. The gap is also in terms of quality, the very good and not so good. So that's the first thing that I wanted to emphasize. The second one, in the context of health, a lot has been talked about health system strengthening. So there's tons of data about strengthening health systems, again, equality in health and all of that. But again, a key ingredient there is quality. India has tremendous issues of quality of healthcare, not just access, which is still there, but quality of healthcare is a huge issue. Same thing in South Africa, and their impact needs to be certainly in the public sector is there. And the third thing is, what exactly is the future of innovation in health? So when you look at innovation in health, there's very little, if anything, is happening in terms of new technologies that are coming in. So largely these are things that are off patent, these are generics, I'm talking about pharmaceuticals here, or these are done in collaboration with North-South or whatever else you want to call it. So whereas indigenous new development, there was a case in Thailand that Joseph had mentioned about sort of HIV and other things, but in general, innovations in health are not there. And when it comes to health technologies outside of pharmaceuticals, in terms of machinery, there's very little that is being done there as well. So there are things that you mentioned there. If you look at more people have access to cell phones and all of those great things, but in terms of increasing your footprint of developing new innovations, I think there's a long way to go there. And part of that challenge is that the universities are not playing a role. The Office of Technology Transfers are not as active as they should be. The fact that you have so much to do in terms of teaching and management of courses and everything else, that faculty are just not on the forefront of development of new technologies. And I think those issues need to be addressed if you're talking about long-term sustainability of technology. Now, as to what are some of the key lessons, and I think I'll come back to it towards the end again, I think everybody here is aware of the potential of emerging economies, BRIC countries, Turkey, perhaps Mexico as well. But I think what is not being addressed is, and we need to think about, is two things. First of all, as I mentioned, the level of quality in whatever efforts that are being done, are being made in terms of innovation. Second one is how these BRIC countries are going to engage. If they really want to have the new global order in their name, how are they going to engage with their poor or less richer neighbors and not so distant neighbors? And I think if they want to assert a global impact, it's going to be more than just China having all the mines in Africa. I think it's going to be much deeper, and I think I don't have an answer to that, but I think that remains to be an open-ended question as well, as to how their neighbors are going to be engaged with them beyond just getting aid. Because as we know, India and certainly China are both donors and acceptors of aid. What does that mean? That they get, on one hand, aids, but also they give aid to their neighbors. What does that mean in terms of a modern society and the healthcare and the education aspects of things?
Thank you, Mohammed. Well, I'd like to also open the floor for questions or comments. Yeah, right, please.
I would like to ask a question, Mr. Harris. In Turkey, there is a healthcare reform implemented in the past 10 years. There are big changes in Turkish healthcare system. How it's happening, there was several kind of hospital and security systems, and they are emerged, then same service provided for everyone, and it's now 90% more than that. Turkish people can cover this system. Then it makes huge increase in the expenses, especially with drug expenses. Because of that, there are some actions implemented. So what is done, trying to reduce the prices. So there's a price pressure on the companies, and some drugs like antibiotics, half price, reduce the half price, something like that. But that results something different. What's it? Need price introduction is reduced. I mean, the drug companies are hesitating bringing the new drugs. I mean, in Turkey, there are too many drug companies, also national, domestic companies as well, but there are imported drugs as well. Thanks that we don't have such problems as AIDS, other things, But there are some, like cancer or other, new drugs is required, but because of this price pressure, some companies are not bringing all drugs to Turkish markets.
What's your question?
How can Turkey solve this problem?
Yeah, how can we solve this problem? There's a company, they are bringing they are not bringing the new drugs, so there's a problem in accessing the cure.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure I have a good answer to that question. I don't know enough about the dynamics of the Turkish case to really say. As I mentioned in my presentation, I think that any of these programs that are are trying to do something as radical as promote universal coverage face all kinds of tensions. And even some of the classical programs that are longstanding, France, Japan, England, I mean, they're facing a lot of the same pressures. So, you know, these countries look to one another for answers and sometimes find answers, but increasingly, I think what's interesting is that there is a turn to the global south for answers, because some of these countries are doing these things rather effectively themselves. I don't know much about Turkish pharmaceutical production capacity. I don't know to what degree the country relies on international markets versus its own companies, or how much it produces its own generics. I mean, in a country like Thailand, a large part of the system depends on generically produced drugs that the government produces, which keeps costs down, which keeps the program affordable for the country, and allows the country to get the drugs that it needs. So maybe that's one model. But I do know that from the surveys that I read, that at least among citizens, that satisfaction with the Turkish healthcare system after the reform has been quite good and has gone up over time.
Do we have any additional questions? Okay, but maybe I have one. Maybe a comment. Much of the discussion today was framed in international governance or international relationships. And one of the questions I have for you and for the audience as well is, well, how the old powers, European countries and the United States, how should they partner? How should they work with the BRICS, with the emerging countries? What is the relationship that we're really looking for? And I think that really goes beyond that. I think that's what we should also ask about. What kind of a relationship, what is the job that institutions like Boston University are assuming to them? I went to Georgia Tech, and one of the things that impressed me at Georgia Tech was that they were all the time saying that, you know, technology is all about making the society better. It's really a very inspiring message. And in some way, much of our framing in our institutions is national, but in some way we are now growing into this awareness that the world is much more interdependent. So it's somehow also the agenda of our own institutions changing. And I also add some provocativeness into this question, because it's not really easy. Let's take, for example, Turkey. You know, Turkey's application for EU membership was rejected, and that probably sent quite a lot of emotions through the country. United States of America is having a markedly different approach in its global engagements than, for example, the European Union. And so I think we'll ask you to reflect on some of these aspects and really maybe reflect a little bit on this. Maybe we go in the, well, you choose.
Well, I'll answer based on a recent interaction. So I had a meeting with the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for South and Central Asia. Her name is, I can't remember her first name, but her last name is Biswas. She recently took the oath of office for the Assistant Secretary of State, and she's of Indian heritage. And he said, look, it's a complex issue. The word aid in India is not welcome anymore. They don't like to say that, look, we are getting aid. So if you talk to them, you go there and they say, well, we don't want to talk to you guys at USAID because you are giving us aid and we want to be at the same level. So it should not be aid, but should be trade. Start the conversation, it goes on, and at the end of the day, they realize that they are not ready to engage with the Department of Commerce, with the FDA, with the Department of Energy at the same level, and it comes back to saying, well, maybe you should work with USAID. So right, there's a tussle of where do you really sit? Do you really sit as an equal partner, which they want, which perhaps some people in US want, maybe not, or whether you sit in the other category where you sort of have a different kind of a relationship? And I'm not defending one or the other, but there is a clear tussle there of what exactly is the nature of your relationship. Are you sort of going to be dependent, or are you going to be sort of engaging at an equal level? So that's the first point. The second one, let me answer on behalf of Boston University. Boston University perhaps has done less than many of the other institutions, not in the greater Boston area, but other institutions in terms of engagement with higher education partners in these countries. Again, taking the example of India, University of Chicago opened last week a new center, a brand new facility. The new president of the State Bank of India was a University of Chicago professor, Ramanathan Rajanagan, and so that's that, right? So you have these institutions that have opened up new campuses. MIT has opened up in Russia, and it's called Kovo. There are institutions that have opened up all over the world. Boston University hasn't done that, but that doesn't mean that there is no global agenda. I think there's global agenda in three ways. The first one is the fact that a lot of the interesting questions are not just US-centric. Two, from a financial perspective, you are tapping into a bigger and bigger pool of international students. 1 out of every 5 students on BU campus is a non-US citizen, is an international student. 21% overall, and in College of Arts and Sciences, up to 26 or 27% of the students are international. So that's another market, that's another opportunity. And third is competition. When your peers are opening up campuses in other places, you feel that perhaps there is something that you also need to do. And this includes MOOCs, this includes better education, this includes philanthropy, this includes global health, all of those. And so universities have to do that or they are left behind. Third part of your question. What is going to happen in terms of the new levels of engagement? I know a little bit about South Africa, a little bit about China. I don't know much about Brazil and Russia and Turkey, but certainly in case of India and South Africa and China, the understanding is that, look, these are the places where you can essentially engage in innovation content because there are huge markets. There's a huge demand for higher education. And at the end of the day, you may be able to get very, very, very good students who otherwise may not come to you. And you may also be able to tap into their intellectual resources. So I think the engagement jury is still out, but it's also on the other side, they want to know whether you're coming in a new colonial way and saying, here's the solution to all your problems, or you're coming in as a partner to say, there's something for us to gain and there's something for you to gain.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So on the first question about how the U.S. should engage BRICS, I would say very carefully in some way. BRICS is not going away, clearly going to become more powerful and important, I think, on the world stage. And I think the U.S. is going to have to adapt to that. And it's going to ultimately have to change the way it does business with respect to development assistance and the like. So heavy-handedness with things like conditionality is not something that BRICS nations particularly favor or like. It's a much different model of kind of South-South cooperation, and I think that as BRICS slowly becomes more of a major aid and loan donor, that developing nations are going to have a choice, and they're going to have an alternative, and it's going to be an attractive alternative. And so when you see and hear about things like this new development bank, this all may be small potatoes in the moment. Right now, they certainly don't rival the G7, but I think over time it's going to matter more and more. And so the U.S. has to think pretty seriously about that to be competitive and to maintain its foreign policy interests. With respect to BU, I think it's important if the university wants to engage to do something distinctive that plays to its strengths. And so, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, being an assistant professor who's been here less than a year, I know we have an India initiative. I know that we have a great African Studies program in Presidential Library. I know that the Center for Global Health and Development engages actively in South Africa. We have a huge Chinese student population. Mohammed mentioned international students in general. Those are three sort of areas in which I think we engage with 3 of the 5 BRICS. Again, I don't know exactly how we would fit Brazil and Russia into that equation. Maybe we don't. Maybe it's a different alphabet soup. But I think that part of the discussion here is about emerging economies, and I think that that we need to figure out as a university what our strengths are, and then how can we put our stamp on that. And so maybe it is getting away from BRICS. Maybe it's about Turkey. But I think that we have to find out what's distinctive about us and really make that our own.
I'll also, before Ali answers, before I forget, I'll also ask you the same question. How should Finland engage, right? So we'll come to that as well, because I'm equally eager to hear about that.
When I think of Turkey, I think also the other emerging economies and countries. Most of them might have in their mind the historical colonial background in terms of some Western countries. That's why they always question the aid and help coming from the Western countries to them. And mostly they are thinking that these big developed countries will generally would give with one hand and get twice amount with the other hand. And also the other issue that they question is if they give some help and aid, they are giving them conditionally. And political conditions they put and impose them so that their political agenda will take place in those countries. For example, in Turkey, there's a Kurdish issue, terrorist organization PKK in the southeastern part of Turkey. When, for example, some Western countries would like to give some aid to Turkey, they are imposing some conditions on top of it. If you, for example, improve the life conditions of the Kurdish population in southeastern part of Turkey and give this and that right, and then we can give you some help and aid. That kind of things generally make the public thought in those countries every time we're questioning about the developed countries' aids and helps. The good thing, the better thing, and what I advise to the developed countries is that they should not impose political conditions, but only for educational and infrastructural conditions they can put. Otherwise, really, when they give some aid to the undeveloped countries, they misuse them. That's also another problem. When they do not impose some conditions where the aid is going to be used in those countries, then the corrupt governments generally misuse them and use them for their own families and immediate relatives. That's why my advice is improving education in those countries and improving infrastructure of those countries, technological advancement. Those kind of conditions should be imposed, and then the aid should go to those countries. I think these are two important points.
So how should Finland engage?
Thank you. Well, I'm unfortunately in the Finnish setting. I'm a bit of in a critical position, although I work very closely with our administration of technology, science technology, as well as Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I would say that the atmosphere in Europe is markedly different than in the United States when it comes to these countries. Well, first of all, we're very close to them. Finland has about 1,000 kilometers of border with Russia, and we're also very close to Africa. We're very close to Syria. I mean, these things are our imminent proximity. One of the, in terms of, maybe reflect a bit on Finland as well as in Europe, one of the problems in Finland is that, what I've been criticizing is that, and which is kind of symptomatic, I think, of lots of other people who are, and lots of other organizations that are better to conceal it. Many times we are looking for markets and we cannot really hide that. But one of the things, and that's not really a good way to go about this problem. In my sense, what I tour different countries, especially Brazil and in Africa, is that there is really this huge need for skills to build higher education systems, or as I call them, innovation systems. And I think it's a unique opportunity for partnership between the old countries and the emerging powers. I mean, it's a huge opportunity. It would be, and that's something where Finland has a very unique experience to offer. We also need to learn from these countries. But this partnership, as far as I see, is not really emerging very well. I see a lot of science and technology cooperation between European Union and different countries, or United States and different countries, but somehow it's a bit like maybe I'm provocative, but somehow it looks a bit theater to me. I don't see like a real commitment to do things together yet. So I'm really looking forward where this could go. So that's what Finland should do. On European level, in some way, we have seen, for example, we have the largest research program in the world, the research program, the framework program for research, now Horizon 2020. It used to be open for participants from Africa and Latin America and India and China for full funding. So now China and Brazil and India might still qualify, but they are now excluded from that funding. So we have lost an important part of that program. It also means that in some way we're also getting wary. So I don't really know what it entails to us, and I think the UK and the Germany have been doing a great job in engaging the higher education institutions from the BRICS countries, but the rest of the Europe also. So I really don't know. Maybe we start looking for final questions or comments from the audience and start moving to the summary. So as far as do we have any more further questions or comments? I think we had in the program, we should have a bit of a time left for summary and drawing lectures. I don't know if to stay here and start going from there.
Okay, thoughts? Yeah, I have a couple conclude. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I guess I'll just reiterate some of the main points that I tried to bring out in the presentation I made, and that's that I think when you examine BRICS, local development, global engagement in the domain of healthcare and medicine, it really challenges us to broaden our notion of innovation. Clearly, the traditional things still matter. Making patents, protecting them, investments in R&D, but there are challenges in these countries that demand that these countries make use of the rights that are afforded to them under international trade law. And so that's certainly been a big flag that they've carried. I think also in the presentation that I gave, I tried to push us to think beyond just BRICS, because we're talking about emerging economies here too, and that's why I titled my presentation BRICS Plus, to try and highlight the contributions of other major emerging economies like Thailand and its contributions to health. I would say outsized contributions to health, but also countries like Turkey and Mexico. I think that the BRICS clearly challenges the old model of the old U.S. Sort of north-south model of donor-recipient engagement, and challenges us to think more seriously about South-South learning, and also the need to confront paradoxes within the BRICS in order for them to maintain some kind of collective coherence and movement going forward. Deep inequalities in health, contradictions around the need to protect and break patents at the same time. And of course, just as other countries are dealing with, confronting very real cost pressures that I think some of our audience members brought up in their questions. So I think I'll stop there. Thanks.
So first of all, thank you very much for staying all the way. I know it's a time commitment, and Cynthia isn't here, but I wanted to thank her personally. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her and Teresa, who is not here, to really organize.
And also your children.
My children have been there in the back as well. So I think the provocative lesson I want to leave with is not what BRICS has to learn from developed world, for lack of a better term, but what developed world has to learn from BRICS. And I say that by wearing an engineering hat. the issues of increasing healthcare costs, the issues of increasing access to healthcare, the issues of maintaining certain level of quality in the healthcare system without sort of breaking the bank. There's a lot for the US, for Europe to learn, and when we think about innovation in that context, actually we have a lot to learn. So when I work on technologies that can be used as a diagnostic for sub-Saharan Africa, the question is not just to sort of improve the quality of life there. The question is also how do we do that here so that we can maintain a certain level of quality and bring down the cost. If you can do the same thing for 5, why do it for 500 if the end result is the same? So I think that's something that we really haven't addressed, and that is not just BRICS but emerging economies. There are certain things in Nigeria, there are certain things in Pakistan, certain things in Turkey, certain things in Indonesia that we have to learn from. And I think while we think about the future of BRICS and what that future has to offer to us, we also have to look at what they can offer to us. And I think, as Joe mentioned, that is important, one, because of political sensitivities, and two, because of humility. We have to have a little bit of humility and understanding from cultures that are perhaps far more older than this country is, and in terms of getting a few things right along those lines as well. So I'll end with that, and for the speakers, we'll continue this conversation tomorrow as what are some of the major questions in the next 15, 20, 25 years dealing with health systems, dealing with education systems, dealing with innovation systems, and what are the lessons that we living in this country or in Europe or in developed world can learn from whatever is happening in the BRICS and BRICS Plus countries and what would be happening there in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.